Good day and good evening and welcome to Smol Caetsu side quest. Tonight we're going to be finally unlocking Dark Knight. I think it was like start of last month that I asked what job we should use, like what role we should use at level 90, and then what job, like which tank we should use, and then turns out that Shadowbringer's side quest content got hands and takes a while. I believe we went significantly over time on both the Eden raid and the Alliance raid series, the near raids. So there you go. With that said, we're starting with, let's see, we should probably start with the near quest, because we have like a few quests to finish that story. Then we do Heaven's Turn, so the event that is on right now. Then we do the Astrologian quest, the level 80 one that I, again, promised like a month ago. And then we will unlock Dark Knight and see how quickly I can power level it. We will probably have to acquire some gear on the way. With that said, hey Yisu, hey Angel. Hey Archibuster, hey Gazel, and hey Rust, hey Emir, and hey Aradel. Hope you're all doing very well. And hey Bob. Hope you're doing well as well. Hey Mio Wells, and hey Stefan. Hope you're both doing well. I just wanted to say again, so I'm not going to play it on the stream, because I don't know if that particular anime could decide to claim or something, but Mihuels made an incredibly cool little animation that he put on the Discord community server. I'm pretty sure it should be pinned in the memes channel. Yep, so if you haven't seen it, I recommend you go and see it. Oh, excellent. Oh, you didn't level up. Well then. Hey 11 and hey Helm. I hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, exactly. Me who else? The thing is, maybe they don't because of the amount of the song that gets used, but I don't want to risk it, so I just don't do that. Okay, I'll just not risk it. It's not worth it. Even though it would be awesome. Emo says, will we be awake for FanFest keynote? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. How long does that usually take? Because if it's like an hour, then I could probably just stay awake. But if it's several hours, maybe I will be Mo, but I don't think I'll stream it. I don't know if I would do that. Like stream watching it so you could watch it with me or something like that. I don't know. I'd have to think on that. Midnight FanFest stream. It's not even midnight. It's like a few hours after midnight for me. It's 2 hours. The FanFest stream is happening in 9 hours, I think. Right. Oh, where are you teleporting to? Oh, that's exactly where I have to go. Thank you, Donnie. And Gitsu. Yeah, me who else? There are a handful of things there. The general idea is that I believe most content creators say is that if you don't use more than 10 seconds of a song, then it is usually fine, but I don't want to risk it. It would be a whole stream that could risk just getting yoinked because because either company didn't like it. And you can all see it on the Discord server at the very least. And here we are, with a doomsaying dwarf. All that grinds is not gloom. Ready for another foray, are you? Well, if it wouldn't be too much of a bother. Excellent. Let our inexorable march towards failure continue. So, do you recall the machina you brought back last time? Unfortunately, they were rather far gone, and I couldn't salvage much of them. Do you think you could bring back more of the same? Consider it done. Thank you. With the bits from the extra specimens, I think we can put together something useful, even if we're inevitably doomed to fail. Agibuster says, meanwhile, Kai has 2 minutes of the Loporridge Beast Tribe music at the beginning of every stream. The thing is that the Final Fantasy XIV music, I know exactly what the use rights are. Like, I know exactly whether I can or cannot use it. Because I have read the creator policies and stuff. I've actually had to refer to it because I've told you about, there's been dubious claims on videos previously. So I know that I'm allowed to use that song for 2 minutes. Because it's technically accompanied by gameplay. And I say a gameplay because the requirement is that there is, as I said, gameplay in the footage, but what exactly qualifies as gameplay is complicated, because there is a reasonable argument to be said that you can play Final Fantasy XIV without going anywhere for 30 minutes, because it's a social game. Just as an example. So you could defend that with that. Yeah, 2 hours with a keynote. I don't know if I'll be awake for that. Also, usually when the way I get the information out of those kinds of things is that I just read a summary after the fact. That's often what I do, and if I want to see something in particular, I'll just watch that. Partly because often a big part of it is in Japanese, so I'd need a translation anyway. Yeah, fair use is one of the most complicated things to deal with. It's the same as you may remember that I've mentioned that there's this Torn from the Heavens song that happens in some of my that happens in some solo duties and stuff, and when that song comes up, I immediately mute the music entirely. It's not because I can't counterclaim it, it's because I just can't be bothered to sit the next day in the morning and file the counterclaim for 15 to 20 minutes. It's just easier to not have to deal with it. That's that's really what it is. It's the same as here, where I might be able to figure out what I'm supposed to do about it if I put Me Who Else's clip on for a moment to show it. But it's just not worth the risk, is what I'm thinking. The worst case scenario is that this entire stream just can't be on it just gets yoinked by YouTube, and then maybe I can post it again without that bit, just cut that bit out. But then the entire live chat is gone. And you could say, well, you could have had an overlay with the chat, and you're right, I could add that, but it's not the same. So like, there's a bunch of considerations there. Ah yes, precisely the same as last time. This ought to suffice for our purposes, thank you. You know, I've been feeling a little bit more optimistic in spite of myself. By keeping occupied with our work, I find myself, my mind doesn't stray towards the doom and gloom as often as it used to. Seems it's better to take action than being idle with negative thoughts. If only it weren't so hard to take action in the first place. Well, I should be getting back to my work. Perhaps you could report to the chief, in case he has other tasks that want doing. Thanks again for bringing the parts. I find it very weird that he's like, you found exactly the same parts. A little spooky in a way. Bloody just the sinner I've been looking for, ho! Another one of those recording devices has arrived from Connacht. Seems the lad has more he wants to say to you. Here. When you have a moment, be sure to see what's on it. You there, someone said from off screen. Yes, the two of you. What are you doing? Talking and nodding suspiciously? What are you up to? You're conspiring to take over the village, aren't you? Just like those murderous machines. What am I? What did I just... my head. Weird. Something's not right with Glag, and it's not it's not quite the same sort of not right. What follows a few too many casks of ale. Well, whatever it is, it's nothing you need to worry about. I'll take care of it. Now then, was there something else you needed? Is there anything else I can help with? Well... Excuse me, someone else said from off screen, I guess. You, what do you want? If you're here to mock us, have done with it and leave us be. No, I'm not here to mock you. On the contrary, I would like to join you. I'm usually not one to get involved, preferring to observe from a safe distance while making the occasional comment to remind people of my presence, but seeing how hard you've been working for the village, I couldn't help but want to make myself useful for a change. Well, we could certainly use all the help we can get. What say you, Caetsu? Shall we welcome him to the crew? No, Lamau. Thank you. I'm certain you won't regret it. After that strangeness with Glag, I wasn't sure what to expect from our dour friend, but it sure wasn't an offer. It sure wasn't an offer of help. Anyway, I'll find a moment to talk with the fellow about our plans, and when he's managed to settle in, you ought to have a word with him too. But to answer your earlier question, there's nothing we need you for right now. Only a matter of time before we call on you again, though. So kick your feet up while you can. Hey, goddammit! We're starting with a few things before we do the Dark Knight story. The weekly quest which continues the story is now available from the Dour Dwarf in Comra. Lend your aid and help the dwarves of Comra to rebuild their home. Cinema message from Connacht. Right, that one. Again, the next quest is then next week. See collections. There and there. Oh boy, what a UI. Dear Caetsu. Dear Caetsu, I forgot to mention, I brought a pod with me. It assures me that the spheres came from a different world, and their purpose is to invade others by duplicating the machine life forms. It's weird to think that to someone, ours is the other world. Connacht. Yeah, isn't that weird? Konok from the first. Isn't that strange? Isn't that peculiar? Next on the list, the Heaven's Turn. Gazel says, I can stay awake if you need translation. It's fine. The thing is that generally there's like live translations at least one place, sometimes multiple places. So it's mostly a matter of being there if you want to be there, right? But thank you for the offer. And there's also an English translation for the keynote itself. That is a good point. Well met, friend, and welcome to our festivities. I'm known in my homeland of Hingashi as the Ryu Metsuke, and it is my delegation's solemn charge to share our Heaven's Turn custom with the peoples of Eorzea, that we might join hands in revelry. Although Heaven's Turn is observed in both our lands to mark the coming of a new year, there's a difference between our traditions. Here in Eorzea, a deity is chosen from among the 12 to preside over the heavens, while in the far east we honor one of 12 noble beasts. And this year, that beast is the mighty Ryu, a creature you Eorzeans might liken to a dragon. Now, in order to liven up the festivities, we decided to have a pair of horsebird hatchlings, or should I say chocobo chicks, serve as mascots. Winsomely dressed in draconic attire, we were certain that they would delight all who laid eyes upon them. However, when the Ryu Bugyo, the leader of our delegation, presented one of the chicks to our crowd, the reception was disappointingly muted. We know not where we erred. I say, you are an adventurer, are you not? In the course of dispensing aid, you must have acquired some insight into the people's interests. Loath though I am to impose, will you not help us to identify our plan's failings? In so doing, we may yet find a way to win over the locals with our mascots. You have my thanks. To begin, I ask that you seek out the Ryu Bugyo. For want of passers-by, she decided to wander around this plaza with her hatchling. When you find her, pray ask her for an account of our dilemma, and then help us find a solution. You got it. That chick has the groove. Yeah. Do it. I just teleported. Now I'm over here. Oh, curious about our delegation too, are you? That is well. I was just about to introduce our mascot, Ryunosuke, to this young lady. Feast your eyes on a horsebird among horsebirds, the pinnacle of plumage. I dare say Heaven's Turn has never hatched a mascot as utterly charming as our regal Ryu. Well, he is certainly adorable, but what's a Ryu? And why do you have him dressed up in that costume? An excellent question! You see, we wish to present the charms of the Chocobo and the Ryu in a lovable package. Just look at him waggle his scaly little tail. It's an exquisite combination, you must agree. And it would be remiss of me not to mention the craftsmanship that went into the outfit. Our weavers spared no effort to evoke the might and majesty of the Ryu in the diminutive form before you. The finished product is simply divine, is it not? I suppose. Still don't know what a Ryu is, but never mind. Thank you for letting me play with him. You know, you did make one fatal mistake. You were asked what is a Ryu, and the only thing you did was explain what she already knew was, and not what a Ryu is. Yet again, I failed to convey the virtues of our mascot. You forgot to mention it's a dragon. You come at the Ryu Metsuke's behest? I should be most grateful for your aid, adventurer. I seek only to share our mascot's charms with the people of Eorzea, but my every attempt has ended in failure, as you've just witnessed. Try as I might, I cannot see what I'm doing wrong. If you have any advice, anything at all, I would be most eager to hear it. You may want to talk more about the Ryu. Let me just come on over here again. Talk about the Ryu, you say? Rather than tediously explaining tradition, I'd hope to initiate the people through our mascots. Believe this is not enough? It might avail me. It might avail me to speak with that young girl as well. Let her gaze upon Ryunosuke once more and... Yes? And why specifically that girl? No? Wherever did our little mascot go? Followed after the girl, you say? We must find him, and quickly! Please, adventure, will you not help with the search? I'm sure it'll be fine. Thank you. Now then, I believe the girl set off in the direction of the tavern. The drowning wench, was it? If we find her, I dare say we'll find Ryunosuke. You noticed exactly where the young girl went, but you didn't even notice where Ryunosuke went. Incredible performance. We have the big squad. Oh, thank goodness you're here. I've been asking this guardswoman about the girl, but I'm struggling to make myself understood. Perhaps you can help clear things up. The lady says she's looking for a girl with a Ryu, but I haven't the faintest what that is. Imagine a dragon. A tiny green dragon with googly eyes. Alright, Tristan, enjoy your culinarian experience of cooking. I'm imagining it, alright, but I can't say I've seen... Actually, hold that thought. Now that you mention it, there was a chocobo chick wearing what looked like a dragon costume. If that's your Ryu, then I saw it waddling after a young girl. I'm afraid I didn't observe where they went, though. Sorry I couldn't be of help. Many thanks for your assistance. In my haste, I had neglected to explain the meaning of the word Ryu again. As the Ryu Mitsuke told me, the creature doesn't exist in Eorzea. If I had begun by clarifying that it is similar to a dragon, I could have avoided the misunderstanding. Oh. I dare say I know now why our mascot has so struggled to win over the masses. I shall speak with this guardswoman a little more in case she has aught else of note to share. Once I'm finished, I plan to scour the upper decks. In the meantime, might I trouble you to search the lower decks? Once we have finished, let us reconvene at Bulwark Hall. Sure. I'll do all of the work. It's totally fine. Totally fine. Gazel says, interesting, in Japanese the NPC is called with tats instead of Ryu. Both meaning dragon, but tats is used for the name of year. Oh, Tatsu. Quite a lot of people here. I can hear a voice on the other side of my crate, but I can't see a thing. I'll just have to assume you're there, okay? Aye, I know the lass you're after. Sibley's her name, and she's the daughter of a fellow merchant. A good friend of mine, in fact. You'd be hard-pressed to find a happier father and daughter. They go fishing at the river together all the time, they do. But he'll soon set sail for faraway lands, I'm told. Sibley's worried sick, and for good reason. The ocean's a fickle mistress, and even a simple voyage could cost a man his life. Any road, she came through here earlier, but I'm afraid I couldn't say where she is now, on account of this crate I'm carrying. Perhaps someone else can help you there. Learn something of note. Continue scouring the lower decks for more information. A girl with an oddly dressed chocobo chick? She passed by here just earlier. She looked a little lost, so I asked her if she needed help, but she told me she was fine, that she was heading to the Ageless River, though I left it at that. I can't help but worry for her. Out there on her own, I hope you find her soon. I believe you have enough information on Sibley's whereabouts. Make your way to Bulwark Hall and report your findings to the Rio Bugyo. Wow. Oh boy. Back we go. That is actually interesting. On my main, I'm pretty sure I had to speak with three NPCs before I got enough information. There you are. By your triumphant expression, dare I hope you've learned something of the little girl and our mascot? So the girl Sibley was headed for the Ageless River. That you should find just the information we need is auspicious indeed. For my part, in the course of speaking with the locals, I was able to learn more about dragons. That is, while they have many similarities with the Rio of the Far East, they are in fact different creatures. I had been under the impression that they were one and the same, but be it their folklore, their status in mortal society, they are quite distinct. I'd assumed that the people of Eorzea were like me, that they thought the Rio was simply a dragon by another name. I suppose it is little wonder that Sibley looked so puzzled during our first encounter. When next we find her, I shall do my utmost to explain the true meaning of our mascot. Now, off to the Ageless River with us. And off we go. See, Archibald says the first one just tells you she passed the Aetheryte. In that case, I suppose the second one that we did speak with also said, like, basically said information that we didn't, like, actually need. Like, he guided us in the right direction to find the NPC that we needed. But technically, the only one we actually needed was the one that was like, oh yeah, she's at the Ageless River. And we've arrived. Hello. I wish you didn't have to go, Papa. Huh? You're the adventurer from before. What are you doing here? Oh, thank the Kami you found you, Sibley. And the lady in the fancy helmet, too. How did you know my name? Oh, everyone knows your name, Sibley. Everyone knows your name. I see. I'm sorry to cause you both trouble. I just wanted to visit my papa's favorite fishing spot, but your chocobo chick ended up following me all the way. Well, he's safe with you now. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. Pray wait a moment. In the course of searching for Ryunosuke, we couldn't help but learn that your father will soon embark upon a voyage, and it has left you feeling troubled. I realize we're but strangers, but if you're not averse, will you not talk to us about it? It's all right. My papa, he's heading to Hingashi for trade. I heard that it's a long and dangerous journey, and it made me worry. I wanted to pray to the navigator to keep him safe at sea, but then I found out that Limlane wasn't chosen this heaven's turn, and it made me worry even more. I see. As you say, it isn't the navigator, but the keeper who presides over the heavens this year. But if not the navigator, I thought I could at least pray to a god from the Far East. That's why I went to talk to you. So that is the way of it. You came to me hoping to beseech our divinities to protect your father. But in my fervor to showcase our mascot, I failed to lend an ear to your earnest desire. Well, I hear you now, young one, and I shall tell you a tale about the Rio that will grant you comfort. I just need to recall a suitable one, something that ideally features the ocean. Quack! 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 And bops. Choco bops. Listening to the Pulse remix album. Oh, what's gotten into you, little one? Curious what lies that way, are you? It's a place called Woad Whisper Canyon. Papa told me that waterfalls appeared there after the calamity, and they changed the flow of the Nim River. Waterfalls changing the course of a river? I believe I have the perfect tale for you, Sibley, one that will bolster your spirits as your father departs on his journey. Let us head to these waterfalls that we might avail ourselves of their ambience. Even Ryunosuke is keen, and we wouldn't want to ignore such a fortuitous omen. Ryunosuke is just constantly listening to Papaya. Papaya. Papaya, papaya, papaya. Come, let us head to these waterfalls. They will provide the perfect setting for my tale. Eleven says, so dragons and Ryus are different. Interesting. Fascinating. That never occurred to me that that could be a possibility. Warrior of Light says, who's killed every kind of being in the world. Yes. Let us begin. The Ryu is a creature that shares many similarities with the dragons of Eorzea, but as I myself recently discovered, it is in fact a distinct being. Nor is there just the one Ryu. Nay, there exist myriad individuals, all of whom have their own tales. And the creature I will speak about is the mighty Seru, one of the four lords, who legend holds birthed a great waterfall in the far east. Oh, Seru, yeah, I know him. I've spoken with him. Yeah, exactly, Seru, the Ryu, yes. Yes, he's a Ryu. Quack. Heh, that does sound exciting, doesn't it? In the region of Yangsha flows the One River, and its plentiful waters nourish nearby lands. In ages past, it is said Seru drank so deeply of the river that he altered its very course, and in so doing gave rise to a waterfall, the Dragon's Struggle. While it is not widely known, Seru was also regarded as a guardian deity who protected people from disasters of water. Is that right? Did he tell us that? I think that was something that he actually told us, that he did something that could be interpreted as that, didn't he? Disasters like storms and floods? Indeed, long ago, it was believed that calamities could be quelled by sacrificing a young maiden to a divine beast such as Seru. That he did mention, but that was also something that wasn't exactly how it actually went. And while no written records exists, there is a tale of a seaside village that fell in the path of a raging storm. Desperate to calm the heavens, the villagers offered unto Seru one of their daughters. However, Seru showed no interest whatsoever in the young girl. To merely know the villagers' plight was enough for him, it seemed, and he turned the course of the storm and spared them untold devastation. A benevolent being is Seru, who wields his power over water for good. Even now, he hears our prayers and protects us and our loved ones from harm. Well, I imagine it would be more effective to pray to him than to the keeper. Right? That, my dear, is just one example of the noble beast we celebrate this heaven's turn. Together, let us offer a prayer to Seru and wish your father safe travels and calm waters. That sounds perfect, miss. Thank you so much. We must thank Ryunosuke as well. Were it not for him, I might not have recalled the tale of Seru. Now you can pray to Seru for safe travels too, adventurer. Oh, but perhaps you already heard this story. Straight from the serpent's mouth, in fact. You mean to say you've met the great Seru himself? To think that he was more serpentine in nature. If this is true, we would be able to celebrate him in the year of the snake as well. Oh boy! Now that I think on it, miss, you said that no written records exist of that tale. How did you come to know it? An astute observation, Sibley. You see, my family is said to be descended from the maiden who was offered to Seru. Dun dun dun! As long ago as the event took place, there's no way to confirm the tale's veracity, but if true, then it is by the grace of Seru that I am here alive. Thus have I made it my mission to spread the word of his noble kind. Looking back, from the time you followed after Sibley, it is as if you have been guiding me, little one. I may be your caretaker, but it was you who was watching over me. Just like an honest-to-God's Ryu. Yes, you would know that, Sibley. With this, I now know what I must do to initiate people into our traditions, and I shall continue doing so for as long as the Ryu reigns in the heavens. Come, let's head back to the city together. We wouldn't want to make your father worry, now would we, Sibley? I guess Gazel has the right of it. Why not just pray to all of them? It's what we call big brain time. If it's free to pray to them, then why not just pray to all of them? Like just that way, you're not losing the opportunity in case it works, right? Did someone say crystal? Eleven suggests offering a prayer to Seru and crystals. I mean, Smol Kai can't do that. She eats crystals on contact. There you are, adventurer. Lest you wonder, young Sibley is now safely home, and I have just apprised the Ryu Metsuge of our fruitful outing. Now that I have discovered a more suitable approach to my draconic dilemma, I wish to wander the city again for onlookers. Though I regret to impose upon you once more, your support with Sibley was most helpful. Might you accompany me while I make my rounds about the area? With your discerning eyes, I am certain that you could readily identify those who might be receptive to our message. What say you? I'm truly grateful. Come, let us set forth at once. Oh boy. Hey Jack. Yeah, that sounds about right. Regular Lalafell Limit Break 4. Ankle Biter. Smol Kai Limit Break 4. Crystal Biter. Arr. What the hell is that chocobo chick supposed to be dressed up as? Ryunosuke is wearing a costume that mimics the Ryu, dragons of the Far East. It is held that these creatures have mastery over water, and a sailor such as yourself, as your good self, may benefit from knowing about them. Huh, if you ask me, it looks more like a sea serpent. Hold it. It wouldn't have anything to do with that thrice-damned primal leviathan, would it? I assure you there's no connection whatsoever. Far from causing disasters of water, the Ryu is a benevolent beast that protects us from them. If you're interested in knowing more, I invite you to seek us out at the aft castle. Is that right? Still, here in Limsa, we've got the Navigator. That's all the protection we need on the high seas. Ah, yes, I understand the people of your nation look to Limlane to favor them with safe voyages. Be that as it may, disasters of water can strike beyond the bounds of the sea, in which case, placing your faith in the Ryu could provide you with added assurance. Huh, I suppose it don't hurt to have more friends in high places, as it were. Fine, fine, I'll go and see what this is all about. Hey Steve and hey Zach, hope you're both doing well. I feel like it's been a while, by the way, Zach. For safe sea travels, they should pray to Leviathan. That sounds like a bad idea. Protect my beer from spilling. It's storming in my mug. Oh no! Wait. Oh no! My mug is flooding and storming all over the place. Please, Ryu, help me. Nice. How to stop primal summoning? Just throw Smol Caetsu at crystal stores. Ow. You throw her like a dot. She's a dot that directly damages the crystal stores. Yes. How can I assist you and your curiously dressed chocobo chick? If I may shed some light on the mystery of our mascot, little Ryunosuke here is named for the Ryu, dragons of the Far East. Oh, I thought dragons are supposed to be fearsome. This fellow looks anything but. Our costumed companion notwithstanding, the Ryu is in fact a powerful and fearsome beast. Yet, by the same token, they are fondly regarded as symbols of good fortune. Should you be curious about them, we would be glad to tell you more at the Aft Castle. A being that's regarded with both fear and fondness. Intriguing. Perhaps I'll pay a quick visit to the Aft Castle before returning to work. You were gaming Pokemon, Zach. Well, I hope it sounds like you had fun with it. By the gods, I had just resolved to salve my soul with the sight of adorable creatures this year, and what should appear but the most charming of chocobo chicks. What's your name, little one, and what is that winsome outfit you're wearing? You have a keen eye, sir. This little fellow is Ryunosuke, and he is dressed as a Ryu, a dragon of the Far East. By thus attiring Eorzea's favorite beast of burden, we hope to create a symbol of friendship between our lands. Well now, that this adorable form should harbor such splendid symbolism. I'd never heard of this Ryu before, but now I'm keen to know more. In that case, sir, I invite you to seek us out at the Aft Castle anon. There, we will be glad to answer all your questions. Excellent. We shall head there at once. Onward, then. Oh, what a relief to see the locals take an interest in the Ryu. I dare say we have gathered enough people, so let us head back to the Aft Castle. I do think it's quite funny that apparently, supposedly, the story was that she assumed that a Ryu was like a dragon. So she didn't even bother to explain that, oh, a Ryu is like a dragon. And that would be like if I started explaining that a Hun is a wonderful companion to humans. And you're just sitting there like, I don't know what this is. And then someone comes by and goes, oh, it's a dog. He's talking about a dog. And then I'm like, oh, you don't know what a dog is. And like, yes, I do. I didn't know that that was the same. Exactly, Amir. So Bugyo makes a triumphant return. You have done a tremendous job to pique the interest of so many. You're too kind, Mitsuke. None of this would have been possible without the adventure and the Ryunosuke's help. We have doubled the boogie now. There you are, miss. My papa wanted to meet you, so I've brought him. So you're the kindly folks who helped my sibling. I haven't the words to properly thank you, but I'm truly grateful for what you've done. I'm glad to see my girl smiling again. Pray do not mention it, sir. We too owe Sibley much and more. How fares the preparation for your journey, if I may ask? Very well, thank you. And with Sibley praying to the legendary Seru for my safety, no matter how far I venture from home, I have no doubt that all will be well. I shall pray for your safety as well. What little we might do to help you on your way, we gladly do it. Indeed, while sharing the blessing of the divine beast is a fine thing, naught is more rewarding to our delegation than fostering friendship between our lands.
For all the help you've afforded us, I wish to give you a proper reward, yet I do not know what might be suitable.
Yes, give me Ryunosuke!
Quah! 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 Ryunosuke, are you saying you wish to accompany our adventurer friend?
I believe the little one wishes to be a charm against tumultuous waters, and he would be hard pressed to choose a better companion. We still have Ryuji to aid us in our work, so if you so wish it, Ryunosuke is yours.
Ryunosuke, my little guardian, thank you for everything. May your divine aura keep our friends safe.
Divine aura?
And may you and yours enjoy the rest of the Heaven's Turn season, my friend. Know that wherever the Ryu roars, good fortune shall be upon you.
I want it to be the case. Like, imagine if next year they give us a mount that is literally Ryunosuke again, just in a bigger outfit. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Should you wish to draw Omikuchi, the Kujishi has returned to offer his services for the remainder of the celebration. Seek him out for a Heaven's Turn fortune. Furthermore, 12 extra fortunes have been divined this year. Keep a watchful eye on the adventurer section of your Omikuchi and discover what new journeys might lie in wait for you. Greetings, my friend. I deal in Omikuchi, traditional Far Eastern fortunes. Would you care to draw one? Yes. You may draw as many as you like, but know that you must pay a fee of 100 gil per draw. Yes. Very good. I shall be happy to oblige. Zach, this is the New Year event. It's called Heaven's Turn. I think it's here for one more week after this, something like that. Wait, this isn't a Black Lotus! Good fortune. Thou shalt experience exceptional fortune. Keep these words of guidance in thy heart. Adventurer, adventure. Remain true to thyself, and new encounters shall follow. Relationships. From an unlikely meeting, a relationship shall bloom. Prosperity. Great riches await in gilded halls. Be open-handed. Conflict. Thy weapon suiteth thee well. Continue in thine efforts with confidence. Oh, well, that is a problem, considering I've just decided to grab a new weapon. Favor. Be forbearing like unto the matron, and the seeds of new friendship shall quicken for thee. Nice. How did you fare? Whether it was the desired result or otherwise, I pray the words imparted by the fortune serve to guide you in the coming days. An unlikely meeting, like talking to a corpse. I think this fortune has described today, like literally today. Right. Next stop. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Next stop was the Foundation. Oh, Neb's here too. Let's see. Zach said, since the DLC dropped, I was living and breathing Pokemon. Now I have myself set up, so all I have to do is move 2 Pokemon from Scarlet DLC to Violet and completely finish all Pokedexes. That's nice. And you also played some competitive Pokemon. I used to play competitive Pokemon myself back in Diamond and Pearl. It's a long time ago. Caetsu, you always seem to know the precise moment at which your services are required. Such is a mark of an accomplished astrologian, if I do say so myself. Which would, of course, imply you are already aware of what I would ask of you. Yet I shall indulge you with my request nonetheless. It is Master Rufin. Following our return from Kugane, she has been distant. Well, more distant than usual, enough to give one pause at least. I thought I might ascertain the source of her worriment with a deck of 60, but was presented the usual slumgullion of vague portents and portentous vagaries. By the time I unwrapped my throbbing head from the spread, all I could discern was something about a dark wind blowing from the east. I suppose this could imply any number of things. Ill tidings from our allies in Doma, a rainstorm brewing over the Black Shroud, a fire at that fine patisserie near the Ark of the Venerable. Why, I suppose even you could be the Dark Wind. No. Right. Let us simply say I'm worried about our companion, but I'm at a loss as to how I might help her. Aveva has been spending much of her days up at the last vigil, staring blankly out over the sea of clouds. I've attempted speaking with her, but the lady is about as receptive to my concerns as one might expect. Perhaps, though, she would prove more forthcoming with her star pupil. The pink wind! Yeah, true. Nice, Angel. Did you find Rathian hard? Did you like getting run at repeatedly? Just charged at repeatedly?
It'll never work, and I was a fool to think.
Hi. It me.
Oh, Caetsu. Just the woman I wanted to see. Might you remember Kyoko? Lanky fellow, disheveled hair, somewhat capable in the geomantic arts? Well, it appears his travels will be bringing him once again to Ishgard. Seeing as he has provided me with a wealth of valuable insight into his discipline, the least I could do would be to greet him upon his arrival. Unfortunately, I must see to some unfinished affairs near the architects. Would it be too much to ask for you to visit the Aetheryte Plaza in my stead? I shall catch up with both of you later at the Astrologicum.
Oh, that too, Angel, but the most annoying, like, as far as I know, and maybe other Monster Hunter gamers, if there are any, in the chat could add some detail to this, the most annoying attack Rathian has is the run at you move, where she runs at you 3 times in quick succession. And then secondarily, it's the, oh, I'm going to do a backflip move, which then also poisons you. Greetings! Imagine us meeting here. Could it be fate? Ha ha ha! I jest. Slow down, friend. I've only just arrived in Ishgard and already you're recruiting me to some urgent cause. You Westlanders certainly don't waste your time. I intended this to be but a short visit to discuss how matters have progressed since you vanquished Kinko and aided me in restoring my grandfather's wards. However, I suppose all that can wait. To the Athenaeum, then. Gleaming says, it feels like everyone that plays any kind of strategy video game or esport did competitive Pokemon at some point. I suppose so. It is pretty common, but it's also because there's just a lot of people, like, in, for instance, my age range that, you know, Pokemon was a new cool thing when we were kids, right? So that makes sense. It's good to see you again, too, Janek Quinard. Caetsu tells me all is not well with Lady Leveva. Ah, so I see someone has wasted little time in informing every rat in the broom of matters that I thought it obvious were of a more personal nature. Oh, save the drama for the stage, my friend. Caetsu merely recognized that the intimate connection Lady Leveva and I forged in Kugane made me the perfect candidate for discerning what might be weighing, oh, so heavily on her soul. Huh, and how do you propose to do that? Do it? I've already done it. The Lady Leveva's in love. But of course she is. Wait, what? Her arch-enemy defeated, her father's memory honored, and a city saved, Lady Leveva has conquered the countless peaks that rose before her with an air of aplomb that would belie her mere 16 summers.
And now, bereft of purpose, she's turned her eyes to companionship to fill the void that lies agape in her heart. And I believe I can help. Caetsu, might you know the lonely lady's current whereabouts? Those massive stone effigies to raw masculinity? Oh, it is worse than I thought. We must make haste. I mean, if you've fought Rathian, you might recognize it, even if you've only played a few hours. If you've met a Rathian, there's a reasonable chance that you might remember how annoying that particular attack I was referencing was. $7,000, fair enough. Zach has found 1,500 with light bowgun as main weapon. Nice. Look, there she is. Indeed, there she is. And... and nothing. That's the problem. She's just been standing there. What do you think we should do? Bro, you got us here. I'm but a humble student of the geomantic arts. I have little understanding when it comes to matters of the heart. Apparently you had a very good understanding of knowing when someone is in love. Or something. And what, pray tell, are you two doing here? Greetings and salutations, my dearest Leviva. Aren't you looking most resplendent this fine afternoon? Resplendent? Spent a few bells in the books, have we? Time will tell if this new vocabulary suits you, but time is not a luxury I'm afforded at this moment. No? The city's din is positively deafening. It stifles my thoughts and upsets my humors. What I require is clarity, something unattainable within these stone walls. The quiet of Camp Dragonhead, however, may provide me with a moment's respite. Respite, even. Oh, and you may cease with this ridiculous talk of matters of the heart. Love is the furthest of my worries. I, for one, am already promised to another. What? Already? Promised? How's that even... Ah, Kyoko. There's no need to kneel in my presence. Did I miss anything? I see. It comes as a little surprise that one of her social standing would be betrothed at such a young age. Such is the custom amongst older houses, even in a city as progressive as Sharlayan, and she hails from one of the oldest. I suppose. It's just that... Kyoko! Whither the women vigor from our conversation earlier, and all this upon learning Lady Leviva is to be married. A more astute observant might presume a certain emotional attachment to our young protégé. But that would be ludicrous. I, for one, know that good Kyoko's feelings toward Leviva are not but those of admiration for her skill at the astromantic arts. So let us return to the task at hand. We still do not know what is weighing down on the lady's fragile heart. And what better way to find out than to ask? A novel idea, don't you think? Asking someone what is troubling them rather than assuming, without having actually spoken with them or even seen them for some time, that they're simply longing for amorous relations. Wonderful! Kyoko and I shall return to the Athenaeum, where I will make certain he refrains from idle meddlement in any other lives. Rude? Come now!
This is like peak Astrologian storyline, because it's always this. Where they're just not speaking very well with each other. Gleaming says, does anyone know dumb, silly things to spend gil on? My partner had free trial gil cap and was asking for suggestions. One thing you could do, and I think we talked about this before, is if you just need to spend some gil, you could always buy, like, glamour prisms. I'm pretty sure you can buy those for gil. Nope, you can't. Then what? Dyes, for example? You could buy Glamour Dispellers. Oh, they're up there. Sorry. You could... Well, the thing is, you have to buy materia from a vendor because it's free trial. As persistent as always. Fine. You have seen through my ruse. I am not, in fact, promised to another. I simply implied as much to silence Kyoko. Alright, there was a time I was promised to another. We had my grandfather to thank for that. However, since I'm now officially deceased, my assumption is that the arrangement will have been annulled. Not that I shall ever bother to actually confirm this assumption. You could also buy dark matter, yeah. What is troubling me? It was not my intention to involve you or Janequinard, or even Kyoko in such matters. However, the discord my silence has sown perhaps warrants an explanation. Wolf's Den music! Engage! Despite repeated efforts following our recent achievements in Kugane, I've been unable to conceive feasible means of blending the teachings of Charlian astrology and those of Far Eastern geomancy. As Kyoko explained, unlike astrologians who look to the stars above to read their fates, geomancers look to the star below and listen to its songs and draw their answers from its whispers. Yet, try as I might, I remain impotent in tapping the land's puissance. I've spent my life attuning to the slight variations in the ether of distant stars, so much so that when I look to Heidelin and her ether, I'm overwhelmed by its potency, its glow, you could say. Think of it as trying to open one of the heaven's gates in a world of everlasting daylight. A world of everlasting daylight? About that. You know, I know exactly what that means. You've visited such a place? Then my readings were accurate. Exactly where have your adventures taken you, Caetsu? Ironic. And you had no trouble channeling the ether from that world's heavens, despite the fact that you never once physically laid eyes upon them. Intriguing, but I am a woman of reason, and shall require more than the word of another, no matter how close, to convince me of this phenomenon. A first-hand demonstration, however, might suffice. A single aspected benefit, perhaps? This again! It's always aspected benefic, isn't it? Your faculty for ethereally conversing with celestial bodies, both far and near, is peerless. A most eloquent display, and one I shall endeavor to learn from. I have committed the most grievous of sins by allowing things such as light, distance, and dimension, things that hold no dominion over the realm ethereal, to prevent me from unbinding my full potential. You, however, helped me to realize the error in my ways. I believe now I might continue my studies. Just not here. I'm unsure why I thought this would be a suitable location to ponder my predicament in the first place. Perhaps it was the memories of our first lesson here. Let's hurry back to the Athenaeum, lest we catch cold. All that from me casting Aspected Benefic once. Your fourth player has a small shield. That was a pretty big shield. Hey James, hope you're doing well. Says, I've been in the layer queue waiting for one tank for 12 minutes. On a Friday? That is a little bit surprising.
Foremost, I believe I owe you both an apology. Or at least, I owe you one, Janiquinard. As for you, Kyoko... How did you arrive at the ridiculous notion that I was somehow languishing in the throes of love? When Caetsu and Janiquinard mentioned you were not yourself after returning from Kugane, I simply assumed that...
Do you dare suggest that we had any hand in this, Kyoko? You were not a quarter bell in the pillars before you were telling anyone who would listen about the cavernous maw that yawned in the heart of poor, lonely Master Rufin, and how you were to fill it. He didn't actually add that specifically?
Lonely? I'm far from lonely. In fact, I've already promised my heart to another. This again.
Of course, already promised to, wait. What?
You heard me, and I've never spoken a truer word.
Whoever could it be? It is certainly not Caetsu, or, heavens forfend, Kyoko. Astrology. Oh, right, it is Saturday. You're right, companion Sarahs. It is Saturday. I don't know how I got it to be Friday.
Why, astrology, of course. What? Who did you expect? Quimperane?
Could have been Quimperane. He's not bad. He's pretty cool. I suppose you're wondering what brought me to Ishgard in the first place. It most certainly wasn't to ruffle Master Rufin's feathers, though it seems I've succeeded in that nonetheless. Our triumph over Kinko having restored the people of Kugane's faith in geomancy. It was not long before a gaggle of eager mages were clamoring at my door, seeking guidance in the art of wind and water. To accommodate, I transformed my grandfather's study into a place where I might train those who are willing to invest the time and effort necessary to become masters. Which reminds me, my students are likely wondering where their sensei is. Which reminds me, my students are likely wondering where their sensei is. Farewell, Caetsu! Was that it?
So he came to tell us of his new school of geomancy. Did we not give him a link pearl? At any rate, allow me to thank you once again for the inspiration you provided. Despite being your mentor in matters in matters astrological, I find myself consistently in your debt when it comes to, well, everything else. You are a true friend and confidant, Caetsu.
Right then, Janiquinard. And as always, she has once again failed to acknowledge that it was I who first noticed a change in mood, and that it was my reading that predicted your arrival, and that it was my good judgment that eventually pointed you in her direction. But such is my destiny, I suppose. I am simply happy that Lady Leveva is back to her normal self. If aught were to befall her, Rufin would haunt me till the 8th Umbral era. That's a long time. Thank you again, Caetsu. I would say we make a fine team, but considering you cover the Quirl's share of the footwork, I will refrain from any further analogies of a sporting nature. What a weird quest, but so exactly Astrologian. Now, we're finally ready to become the Warrior of Darkness. Companion Sarah says probably rude question, but English isn't your first language, right? That is correct. I am a Danish person. See you later, Ymir. Thank you for coming. After witnessing a spectacle like that, every day seems rather dull in comparison. So you didn't see that trial earlier? Ah, your loss. Fury take me, the way that heretic swung that slab of iron he called a sword was a sight to behold. He couldn't have carried a shield if he'd wanted to. The blade was so big. Had to keep 2 hands on it at all times. I was amazed he managed to keep up with that temple knight for as long as he did. Fought like a demon from the deepest pits of the 7th hell, bellowing threats and working his arts. I wasn't sure what to make of it at first, but then I heard someone say that he must be a dark knight. But you didn't hear that from me, eh? In fact, I'm sure I don't know anything about it. Ye gods, are you mad? We're standing outside the bloody tribunal. Fine, fine, but keep quiet and listen well, because I'm only going to say this once. So as I was saying, that heretic was fighting like a man possessed. Even after he took several wounds, he showed no sign of pain, though there was no mistaking the blood. As the fight wore on, it began to soak through his armor, spreading to every ilm of his body, but when it began to rise and envelop him as a mist, I realized it wasn't blood, but something dark and twisted. But the righteous are not so easily cowed, Halone be praised. I screamed myself hoarse when that temple knight slipped past his guard and ran him through. Good riddance, I say. That man was not meant to wield such arts. Yet, I wonder, was he truly one of those? Well, it matters not. I heard the temple knight talking of dumping his corpse in the broom, but by sunrise it'll be stripped bare and tossed over the walls. It will be as though he never was, and as though we never had this conversation. Wow. Very forward thinking. Oops. I completely missed that. Zach added, I started as charge blade, but ended up with light bowgun. I think also one of the first weapons I used in Monster Hunter was charge blade, but as I also said on the Discord, you should probably watch a guide or read a guide for charge blade, because I didn't get it. Like, I just didn't get it, which caused me to use other weapons. That's more than far enough for charity. I'll take care of the rest. And mayhap sooner rather than later. Come on. Yoinkers! That looks like a crystal to me. It's lunch. Is this it? Is this all that awaits? No. No more. Enough. Open your eyes. Look. Do you see now? Do you see? Caetsu. Caetsu! I've been waiting for you to open your eyes. You alright? You were moaning in your sleep and sweating buckets besides. You're also kneeling in your sleep, which is really weird. Name's Frey, by the way, and no, I'm not a heretic. Try convincing a temple knight drunk on authority of that, eh? Shame the pompous ass got the better of me. But how about you? You touched it, yes? That couldn't have felt good.
A voice, eh? And a rather distressed one besides. Please, someone. Anyone. Not so fast. We need to talk about what's happening to you. What's growing within you, before you get carried away. There's a darkness within us all. Nothing dangerous, mind. In fact, it's quite healthy. But the crystal changes you, gives you the power to channel it.
That looks like inner release to me.
Do it without proper training, however, and, well, it might hurt. So go ahead. Ask me to teach you. Ask me to instruct you in the ways of the Dark Knights, and I will. I know you're still worried about that screaming woman, so I'll keep this brief. We Dark Knights don't care one whit for prestige or pedigree. We are free to follow our hearts, to defend the weak and punish the guilty as we see fit. The law of the land, the authority of the name, these are tools cowards use to escape harm. We have no need of shields, figurative or literal. Here, my blade is your blade, my soul crystal your crystal. Go on, take them. You'll need them soon enough.
Which is very curious. Like, normally you wouldn't do that. You can have this. Go on. Ooh, a blood gauge! Wow, this symbol indicates the defensive stance grit is in effect, which increases empathy. Ooh. Do we have any other gear we can... Yes! Perfect. Let me just fix my equipment real quick. Also, you come down here, or maybe, well, at least here. I think this is good. Fixing the hotbars. Fixing the hotbars. What in the world? Why? I think this'll do. Also, hey Silvermint, hope you're doing well. There. I'll just buy a hat, I think. Actually, maybe we'll figure it out after the quest. I don't know why I walked all this way just to go back again. The reason is that there is some gear that we could use from our grant company, but we can do that a little bit later. I wonder if Caetsu would grow different muscle memory because the hotbar layout isn't the same as his main. It might be slightly different, but actually some of the things I added are like default things that I normally do.
Well, well, don't you look the part, ready to harness the darkness within to set the wrong things right. Now, bear in mind that while the darkness gives you strength, that strength comes at cost. That is but one sacrifice, though, and justice demands many. Say a man, a venerable, untouchable man, harms a child in unspeakable ways. He strides through the hoplon, secure in the knowledge that he is beyond punishment. But for one who cuts down that vile beast, as he flaunts his freedom, who knows how many others will suffer? Such was the dilemma faced by a goodly knight long ago. He knew that he would be stripped of his titles and denounced to the deed. The threshold we refuse to cross is a line we draw for ourselves. We fear the consequences, and people suffer for our indecision. Everyone who held that crystal came to conquer that fear, and became who they wanted to be. That knight was the first. Will you be the next? Think on that while we look into the commotion down below.
It's just so goofy because the sword is so big. Da-da-da-da-da. Please, I don't know what to do. It's my granddaughter. I didn't see him standing there. I know that's no excuse. I should have been more careful. But my granddaughter, she started yelling at the temple knight, and I tried to stop her, I did. But then he said she had to come with him, and if I could just tell him how sorry I am, maybe he would.
He'd take you too, is what he'd do. Even if you went and begged the blue bastard to intervene, it'd be too late by then. Ain't the first time they've taken a girl her age. If she doesn't fight back, they might let her go after.
No, no, there has to be another way.
Ishgardian justice. They might spare the girl, you know, leave her with a few scars and a lifelong lesson. Or we could beat every last one of them to within an ilm of their lives and rescue the girl. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yes, the tiny small Kai with the heart on her cheek.
I knew you would. Everything is going to be all right, ma'am. When I'm through with those knights, they will not dare trouble you ever again.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Are you sure you realize what you're saying thank you for?
Assuming they didn't just drag her into an alley, they've taken her to either the congregation or the tribunal. The Honorable Sir Aymeric wouldn't suffer such reprehensible behavior under his roof. The Inquisition, on the other hand, oh, that leaves the tribunal. If the girl is still alive, I imagine they'll make all manner of threats. Come any closer and she dies, and so forth. If so, we'll need to make something perfectly clear to them. We're not here for her. We're here for you. Once they understand she means nothing to us, they'll attack us or flee. I don't know about you, but I'm eager to find out which.
That is actually pretty interesting. You've learned all Dark Knight actions and traits to level 30. No, I haven't. Technically, detailed descriptions can be viewed in the actions and traits window accessed under character in the main menu. Technically, that is completely false because I'm missing one.
Just the one sword between the two of us, I'm afraid. You keep it, I dare say. It fits rather snugly in your hands. But don't worry about me. I'll do my part to keep you on your feet. Now, should things turn violent, as I expect they shall, you may need to tap into your dark side to survive. It's not unlike drawing upon your own ether to weave magic. Fear, pain, rage, that which lies in the deepest depths of our soul makes for potent fuel. But be warned, burn too much too quickly and you risk being consumed. Don't worry, Caetsu. The first step over the threshold is always the hardest. Ah, yes. I should have known you'd do that. Right, then. Let's find the girl.
I can't tap into my dark side because I'm missing Flood of Darkness, Frey. Hey, Zen. Hope you're doing well. Dork Knight. Sure, Seru. Oh. Solo duty. Pass the leadership to Gyasel, and then I'll hop on out so I can do the quest. This might be hard. I'm not wearing level 30 equipment.
Damn it, girl. You're only making it worse for yourself.
The hell's with you? I've done nothing wrong.
Why are the pretty ones always so daft? If I had a guild for every time I had to kill an unrepentant bastard like you.
What the? Are you threatening a temple knight?
Oh, you're very clever. Yes, I am. Now let her go. Enough of this. With me, girl. Now, one more word of protest and I'll toss your grandmother in a cell to rot. You three, seize this imbecile.
He's a white mage, apparently.
Surrender or die!
Blap. And blap. And blap. Oh, right. Dodging. That helps. Such incredible rotation.
Bring everyone! She's gone mad!
Yes, that's what's happening.
Reinforcements, eh? Looks like we will have to even the odds. Search your soul for the darkness. We need but a sliver. Yes. You see, Caetsu? The flames beckon. Oh boy, immerse yourself in the flames and ignite the darkness within. Ow. Just so, as it burns harder, so too does your strength swell. Ow. I think I have to wait for my debuff to run out. Otherwise, I think it oh, I'm just supposed to do it, huh? Fair enough, I guess. Unfortunately, companion Serus, I'm of the strong opinion that each person gets to do their UI the way they like it. And I like it this way, with visible empty hotbar slots. That is actually also a pretty important point of my recent video about UI that I put out Wednesday, was that a lot of people have a lot of opinions about what other people should do, but as long as you're fine and you can do what you need to, there's no reason to change as long as you're fine. Release the darkness within. Yeah! Ow. I don't need all of those. I'm very curious about this. I'm not sure how I would actually do that. Like, fill it completely, because I get like 20 each time I walk into one of the flames, but I take so much damage that there's no chance that I could actually do that. Are you good, Frey? Yeah, that is true, Viek. I sometimes ask if people have their UI in weird places. I'll ask about it, but if it's working, then there's no reason to force anyone to change anything.
Sea Companion says it was meant to be a meme more than anything, hence the quotation marks, but I get that kind of humor is hard to discern from the tryhards. Yeah, but fair enough. The thing is that I'm not mad that you asked. It's just, I give my reasoning. And that's that. There are absolutely some tryhards that will insist that you do things their way, otherwise you're a troll, or you're trolling, or you're bad, because you're not doing it the way they think is best. Incidentally, the way they do it is always the way they think is best as well, regardless of whether that is actually objectively best. Yeah, exactly, Silvermint. The thing is that every time you grab one of those flames, you get a magic vulnerability debuff stack. And the third one would do an insane amount of damage, I think. That's why I didn't. And I would need to take them without waiting for the debuff to cease if I wanted to stack beyond, like, 20 points. Like, I got 20 each time I took one, it seemed like. So I don't know if I could actually fill that bar on the right. The true Y'shtola experience. It's all hot bars.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, miss. Thank you. Thank you. I got a little carried away earlier. It's just that when I saw how they were treating my grandmother, I had to say something and... What? No one screamed your name. My grandmother called out. Just the once, but that was it. Speaking of which, I should hurry back. I suppose I ought to say that I'm sorry for what I did, but I'm not. Those knights had it coming. I'll only bless you for what you did.
Feels good, doesn't it? Strange, maybe, but a good strange, I'll wager. You tapped into something primal, a power nestled within you, yearning to be free. As your understanding of this power grows, so too will your skill as a Dark Knight. You've done well, far better than I could have hoped, in fact. But there is still so much more to learn, so much further to go. I won't lie to you, Caetsu, the risks will only increase, so if you want to keep going, you have to trust in me. Can you do that? Yeah, I can. Good, that's a promise. Circumstances being what they are, it might be best if we parted ways for a while. Think of it as an opportunity to hone your skills in my absence. But don't worry, we will meet again. When the time is right, I'll be waiting where we first met. Oh boy, a new spell. My favorite. Well, a new ability, actually. Let's see. I can't click it because of the crossbar. I prefer it like this, personally. I think it's easier to read when it's like this. You go there, I think. In. Do you think Aymeric maybe is a little annoyed you killed so many of his troops? Well, I mean, I culled the bad ones, so maybe it's for the best. Also, I think it's quite funny that everyone following me around are actually getting a pretty real picture of what it's supposed to be like in the story, isn't it? Let's go to Gridania, see if I can get some gear for Grand Company points to start. Dark Knight, power of self-righteousness. Warrior, power of anger. Paladin, power of promises. And what's Gunbreaker? Power of gun. Power of boom. Whoops. Wait. Sure, I guess. Right, equipment, maybe? Do we have some equipment, maybe? Anything? Oh, you do? Oh, what? Oh, right, it's level 30. I was like, level 22, 21, and 22. Bam! That's pretty strong. It's a pretty big upgrade. Let's get that. Yoinks. Any equipment? That's a hat. Shoot yourself. I feel like we learned the wrong thing. If that's what we're going with. Let's see. This is mostly fine. I think we'll start with Frontline, because then we can use this. What? What? Huh? Okay, that's the tank one, but that's the general Disciple of War. Our Realm Reborn is weird. I think Determination would be better. Also, weird. Directed. Isn't that an upgrade? Oh yeah, it is. I think tenacity is better than skill speed in those quantities. Ta-da! Do Hall of the Novice for the gear. Could do that too, but it wouldn't really be worth it. Pretty sure, like, that's level 15 gear. I'm pretty sure it would stop being worth it very quickly. Especially for how long it takes. Right, Wolves then Pierre, so that I can actually set up my bars. Don't want to go into PvP and be like, oh yeah, how do I do this? Do I have any idea where I wanted my hot bars and my things? Maybe something like this? Am I missing anything? Is that everything? Is that really everything? It's really weird. I think I'll do this. You don't have a lot of buttons as a Dark Knight. I think this works. Right. So what is today's PvP actually? No. Right. We can only bring 4 in Frontline at a time. However, if we queue at the same time, there's a pretty good chance that we'll land in the same match. So you have time to make like a second group if you like. If you don't want to come along for PvP, then you have the opportunity to also just not come along. Yeah, we need to split up in 2 groups to do this. We have a one more player that wants to be part of the second group. Oh, Muriel says I have to make dinner anyway. Fair enough. Enjoy your dinner. Right. So, I will queue for Frontline when the Eosia time says 7:00. Or 19, depending on your settings. That's true, Gazel. I just see 7. Just go, well, maybe it's that. Yeah. An emote. I'll have this. I don't think this works. There's no reason to not wear it. Also, it's glasses. It's in the tooltip. Super Polite automatically activates after benediction. Helm says, how long does a frontline match go? I believe it typically it takes like 10 to 20 minutes or something like that. Something like that. Yeah, if we had, Steve, if we had started with our tank being warrior or paladin, then it would have made perfect sense the instant we reached level 15 to just do the Hall of the Novice to get the free gear for that, because it's pretty good gear. It genuinely, it's very good gear for level 15. But at level 30, it's not that impressive. If I remember correctly, the brand new gear is essentially, I believe it's foe striker gear, for example, is the same, which comes from some of those level 15 to 18 dungeons anyway. So the question is, would you do those dungeons for gear upgrades if you're level 30? Probably not. So that's the explanation. Silverman says, alert, guys, is doing PvP. Warning. It's PvP time. It's been a while since I've done PvP, actually. Yeah, it's something like level 17 gear, the brand new equipment. But if you're level 30, then it's not great, right? And then that's not great anymore. If you don't need to have something better than that necessarily, if that's what you have, that's what you have. But you know, if you're level 30 and you're getting your first set of gear, you could do better. As we saw, I could flat out get most of an armor set for Grand Company seals. The perfect emote for Kai. She's actually reprimanding the duty finder. What? She's talking down to the duty finder itself. Grr, grr. You should pop now. I'm glad to see you tune in, kid. So I assume you can't hear me. I think I'll have to fix the position of my duty finder once we get in. Oops. So it says you struggle with gear and hotbars. I struggled with Vegas opening MP4. Think you win. Eh. I save my files in MP4 because it's easier to open them as that in Vegas, in my opinion. That's also what has worked. You found the Duty Finder Equator. That's where it flips. It's very strange. I didn't even know that that was an option. Well, we certainly didn't land in the same team. If we landed in the same match. Should move all bars and UI elements to the center of the screen. Just all of them. Right, like right here in the middle. So you can't see your character. That's the most effective way to make a UI. Am I right or am I right? I'm also extremely bad at playing Dark Knight in PvP. Oh boy. Ta-da! Scare away the random bard, and then walk. Just casually walk away, I guess. This is what makes it quite awkward to be melee sometimes in Shatter, is that the enemies can just wait for you to come to them. They have no reason to come up to you at all, where in the other game modes there's at least some reason to walk up in melee range. So instead we're just all like poking at the same central object. It has been a while since I've done any PvP. But I do know what we're supposed to be doing. Oh boy. The problem is usually that if you just go in and use Dark Knight Limit Break with no communication with your team, then typically what happens is you just get stunned. You just kind of sit there. Oh wait, that's ours. How weird. It's also really scary to walk up to a ninja, because if you're low enough as a Dark Knight, they can just go, oh, you're dead. Oh, I got him. This doesn't look good. The blue team is just getting free reign over a crystal. Just completely free. Meanwhile, we're mining at home. Oh, didn't manage to click limit break in time. Sorry, I got distracted. There was suddenly something weird happening with my W. It seemed like it didn't let me move forward. I'm glad to hear you enjoy the Mythbusters videos, Ceres. I'm trying my best to like make a bunch of them because there's certainly some people that appreciate them, and it is something that I have like a lot of ideas for. It's just a matter of making them. I think that was pretty effective. Not the best limit break, but it worked. I'm now realizing there's a lot of people up on the ledge just shooting down at us. Are you serious? They're just like a little blob there, just waiting for people. Totally not cowardly, am I right? Is that spawning today? It is. It's just really dangerous to go for the one that is furthest away from our base, because there's just... well, there's so far. Although blue team would be those that are most hard pressed in that position, because they have, like, if we actually engage it, which would require our team to actually engage it, we would close off the only escape route that blue team has. See, the funniest thing with that, Ceres, is that the people that get mad at you about it, the problem is that they're complaining because it used to be a problem. Not because it is a problem, they're basically just mad that you're doing the thing wrong. Because if they were actually paying attention to whether it was an actual problem, they'd realize that, wait, I'm not having any aggro issues right now. But they're like, just like, oh, you're doing it wrong. Instead of actually thinking about what it is that they're saying. Pretty funny. You found headphones, Caetsu. Awesome. This is extremely dangerous. I don't know where the rest of our party is. Very effective. That was just a scuffed random combo limit break. I see the Dragoon and do the thing. This is a little dicey, I feel. There's a strong Astrologian out there in the distance. Can we escape, or is red waiting for us? Yeah, I had a feeling that samurai was baiting. Like, he was literally waiting for someone to attack him. So he started using the thing to do the whoopsie. It might depend on when you play, Ceres, because they're like different times of the day, different like days of the week, different like different sections of the player base are more concentrated, you could say. Like, for example, my worst experience doing a normal raid, I believe it was P2N, was on a Sunday afternoon. And that, like, not as in people were rude, it was people were failing basic mechanics, like extremely basic mechanics people were failing. And by that, I don't mean like the actual boss mechanics, I actually mean more things like healing as a healer. Most adorably angry little tank. Yes. She's very emotional. That's where she gets her power from. I feel like there's no point sticking around here. We're just going to get people, losing people to death. We can get this crystal over here. I think we win. We did it! And absolutely no thanks to me. That was a terrible performance on my part. Absolutely horrendous performance on my part. Look at this damage. Like, look at Gazel, look at this. 2 million damage. And then we just like go all the way. Oh, actually I'm in the middle. That is concerning. How did we manage to win this? Like normally when you have like when you're winning, like at least you have a bunch of people in the top and then it's like evenly spread. Usually the team that loses, like the one where you scroll all the way down to the bottom and damage done, is just, oh. In this case, weird. Very weird. Oh, well, in that case, that sounds like a time. Let's see, 2 to 5. Oh, yeah, that is the danger zone on a workday. Like, that is actually the danger zone. I can explain. Also, I forgot to eat egg before we started, or eat anything for that matter. Let me explain that. The majority of players, as far as I know, do their daily roulettes right after the daily reset. Right now, for me, that is 4 p.m. I believe it's 3 p.m. for the server itself. So that means that if you manage to... So that's GMT plus 0, by the way. If you're doing your dailies before the daily reset, that tends to be the time where some of the worst players come out, unfortunately. That's not to say you're bad. I'm just saying that you happen to be mingling with the people that are quite mean at times. Most of the times where I've had to deal with a tank who said, you pull it, you tank it, has been in that time frame. Most of the times I've had to deal with a tank that refused to use defensive cooldowns and said, you don't pay my sub, it has been in that time frame. When I've had terrible healers and terrible damage dealers ninja pulling, it has been in that time frame most of the time. Like, it is quite incredible how that happens. The thing is, I can't say for certain that data is consistent because, I mean, it's just as far as, like, I've noticed that there is a correlation there, but sure, sometimes I meet some terrible players in other places as well, so it's not enough to say that I've seen it that one time. Like, for the most part, I don't really worry about it that much. Nowadays, I just kind of deal with it. If I have a tank that doesn't know how to use defensive cooldowns, I might suggest... Like, if they're pulling like a crazy person, then I might go at, maybe you should use some defensive cooldowns. But if I'm in a position where I'm like, I can just deal with it, then I'll sometimes challenge myself to deal with it. Then I'll ask them. I'll just ask them if we wipe, if they could do something different. Other than that, I don't care. I just realized, pretty funny stuff. I have had a lot of comments on my. I have a short series of healers how to deal with a big AoE pull in a dungeon as a max level of each healer. And the Astrologian one, there are so many comments that are like, well, you don't need to do all that because your tank is a warrior. And yesterday, I watched that clip back. Like, I actually watched the footage that I used for that shot, and I realized that that warrior wasn't using bloodwetting very much. Which would mean that I had to do what I was doing. I just found that incredibly hilarious. Like, did you actually watch the clip? Did you actually watch what was happening? Because the warrior wasn't using their tool. Like, you're saying you don't have to heal that much because it's a warrior. Well, it's not a warrior in the sense you'd think, because they're not using the warrior thing. Welcome back, Ymir. I just thought that was so funny in retrospect. Now, we need to find a hat.
Here. Oh. Time to pick up people again. If only the PvE expedient was 30 Zangulan. That would be insanely broken. And that is also a common way some people get over their tanxiety is they see that there are a lot of bad players tanking. And this person is dressed in the same outfit as Sip sometimes uses. We just finished Frontline, Ymir. A hat? An Elmo! Perfect. They're not on the market. How about this? How much better is the... Oh, we can afford it, whatever. It's fine. Let's go with... What options do we have? Let's go with this one. The Dark Knight in from the cold. Right, so next up on the list we are doing leveling roulette. So if there's anyone in the group right now that doesn't mind sitting out on that, then yeah. All right then. Does Smol Caetsu not have Gasol? Really? Weird. Right, so we are doing leveling roulette. Limited, of course. Thank you, Ymir. So we're probably getting... Well, we could get any of these, I'm pretty sure. Or at least either... I think it's going to be Hawkman or Brave Locks. But yeah, exactly. Regarding tanxiety, what scares people from tanking are different, like from person to person. It's not always the same. But one of the ways a lot of people have gotten more confident about trying tanking has been realizing that there's a lot of bad tanks. By the way, I hope you've got me because I don't have anything. I need healing. Ow. There's no point doing that because the entrance is right there. Have I learned arm's length? Oh yeah, I have. Thank you. That wouldn't have helped. I was dying through Rampart as well. It's okay, Mia. We go again. Just turn tank sense on as minimum is kind of easy. Yeah, that is true.
I have, like, I made a video somewhat recently about doing Mentor Roulette, and I had 2 different tanks in this dungeon that I had to explain. Like, I was just like, you should use your AoE attack instead of single target when there's basically any more than one enemy. That isn't entirely correct all the time, but it turned out that it made the dungeon way easier. Is Kai undergeared? No, I'm just not overgeared. Just not overgeared. I could grab some potions. Don't know how expensive they are on Alpha, but if they're not too expensive, I could just buy some high quality potions after this. Ow. Can I stun you? I can. Excellent. I think a really good lesson to take from this as well, and that is not a slight at Ymir in particular, but a really interesting lesson here is that tanking and healing in low level content is not the same as tanking and healing at max level content. Like, if you're used to being like white mage at level 52 or above, you'll be used to having an instant heal to use. And stuff like regen. But if you're in a low level dungeon, you suddenly have basically nothing. And white mage in AR is absolutely miserable, Restan. That is very true. Like, literally in dungeons like Gravelock's Longstop, white mage just has less stuff than the other healers. Like, Astrologian just objectively has more options in every way at like level 30 because of Essential Dignity. Oh, that's an upgrade. But I can't need on it because it's Disciple of War. A Realm Reborn, am I right? Oh. Thank you. I forgot to pull more. Why is he so far away? Aren't tanks Disciples of War? Exactly. The reason why tanks can't need on Disciples of War equipment is because technically you're a tank and there's gear specifically for tanks. You have tea, Tristan. That's nice. Excellent tea. I ran out of tea. The thing is that makes it weird, Silvermint, is that at higher levels, like after level 50, genuinely after level 50, they stop referring to roles as disciples of war. They just go, well, this armor is for tanks, and just list all the tanks. This is for a melee DPS of, like, specifically a dragoon or a reaper, and list those. And things like that. So it stops being a factor by that point. I didn't even know that Ayata could cast any actions. I thought it was just auto-attacking. See, I can need on these. Are they an upgrade? Technically, yes. I'll just pull 2 packs. I happen to know that pulling the next pack over as well, help, help, is too much with not being synced down. So if you've ever heard anyone say that kiting doesn't work, I'll be the first to tell you. It's very effective. Kiting. Nice. Well, I don't have any defensive cooldowns. I'm out of defensive cooldowns. Now I have defensive cooldowns again. Can you reach from over there? You know, I think I nailed that rampart. Like, I just used it to reduce auto attacks, and then it just so happened to align with when Ayata used the tank buster later down the line. Level 34. See, look, see, there's the tank gloves. The game basically be like, you're not supposed to have these, you should have these. Four, 6. Oh. I think those are probably better. You don't get hunting log. Well, at this level range, I wonder if it would be. I think those are, like, that's a little bit excessive, don't you think, Gasso? But thank you. I still think we need to check some potions, but that's not because those potions are bad or anything. They're actually really good. It's actually because in this current level range, I've talked a little bit about this in the solo challenge series. I have 1,700 HP right now, which means that the best potion for me is somewhere between high potion and mega potion. So if I simply buy some of these, that's not a lot, but this is many. So the reason is because they heal for a percentage of your HP with a maximum, but the cooldown is different. That's the reason. It's because the lower level ones have a different cooldown. That is basically the reason that you'd want the weaker ones when you're lower level. Because like both the percentage is greater and then you can use these twice as often. But these will be helpful at higher level. Imagine using potions. Using potions makes you insanely tanky. It's absolutely ludicrous. I've heard it being compared to, imagine you're doing a dungeon, right? But your tank is casting Tetragrammaton on themselves every like 20 to 30 seconds. That's pretty much what it is like. It's insane. I wonder if I can give them these back. I don't think I can, but it would be really funny. Just go, thanks, I'm done with these. You bought them 10 minutes ago. Yes. Yeah, I'm just going to hand as much in so we can maybe get some more seals. Yeah, only slightly bloodstained. Can I return this? I haven't used it for 2 hours. Does Steam's return policy work here as well? No? Oh, I tried. Oh, I can! at like a tenth of the value, but I can. Which is just funny. Let me just check when I can get more new stuff. There's a new Dark Knight weapon at 39. How about armor? There's new armor now. Well, I just got pants, so maybe we'll hold back on that to conserve some resources. We don't need earrings. Gloves? 39. And everything beyond that is also 39. Restocking fees are crazy in Gridania. Coming back to the market, I just need to remember level 39 then. Well, we only have... Oh, I need to repair, I think, just to be on the safe side. But, Minikai only just discovered pants. Oh, she has pants. Do we have to basically just spam dungeons now? I just now realized, I'm guessing Audel came up to me to offer that I could repair with them. I'm guessing. Whether that was what they had in mind or not, I appreciate it. Thank you. I just paid the NPC though. I don't think we can repair something that's already at 100%. Thank you. Yes, it's one dungeon, then a quest. That is true. So what we're doing is Bravelock's long stop again. So my question is everyone who's currently in the party interested in doing Bravelock's long stop again? If not, then we can see if we can like rearrange so that we get people that do want to. I'm sure we can get a 4-man group, so you don't have to stay because you're like, oh well, I don't want to leave for that. But if you don't mind staying, you can stay. I see we also have a bunch of people, so that we could have multiple groups doing stuff. It's not a face. It's not a face. So now that we know what happened last time, maybe we're ready for the big pull this time. Is this close enough? I think it is. I forgot to use Flood of Darkness. How did I manage that? Mental moment. Oof. Oh. My science teacher at boarding school taught me that what matters is that you realize what you did wrong. That's more important. That you can explain why it's wrong. Also very ironic that you can cast Flood of Darkness while silenced, but not Unleash. Because one is an ability and one is a spell. Meanwhile, the ability is the one that costs MP to use. Yeah, you can see there's a little bit of a conversation about soloing stuff with tanks, and Warrior is basically the god of soloing stuff. Well, it's more like a demigod because Blue Mage exists, right? Like if Blue Mage wasn't here, then Warrior would be the best of the best at soloing stuff. Because Blue Mage is here, it's like it depends, but nearly every single time Blue Mage can do it better. Ha! I have 2 healers now! Arcanist Ring. Wow. It has both mind and intelligence on it. Those rings are so weird. I believe there's a ring for every class in Bravelock's Longstop, and they have these like weird stat lines where they give you blunt resistance or something. Thank you, Macris. I'm glad to hear that. How much worse does Blue Mage get in the post-apocalyptic scenario where you're the last player on Earth? I mean, then you can only be a DPS, right? Since you need a tank or a healer secondary player to actually switch to those roles. Oh! I think that is an upgrade. Excellent. Nice, Magris. Settled a lot of arguments between my friend group. See, that is also a big deal, because a lot of people, like, that is exactly the kind, like, a lot of the things that are, like, the claims that people make are, like, in a discussion where they just go, I'm pretty sure it's this way, but once the discussion is over, no one bothers to go and check, right? What matters is that you were right, not whether you were in the moment, not whether you were right at actually, because it was just a conversation. Yeah, if you had Blue Mage in the apocalyptic state where there was no other players, then the problem would be that you could only be a DPS. And if you can only be a DPS, then Blue Mage is actually not that good at soloing things. The thing that makes Blue Mage particularly incredible at soloing things is their healer and their tank mimicry. Without those, they're significantly worse at soloing things. Angel says, I'm fighting Diablos a bit too early, maybe. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's a low-rank Diablos. That's probably fine. And Steve says, my science teacher threw the chalkboard rubber at your head if you talked during his class. Rude? Imagine using human words. By that I mean, imagine if he just told you to not do that. Would have been quite effective, I think. Well, yeah, Blue Mage is absolutely incredible at soloing stuff. It would also have been way better at being used to solo stuff if it wasn't for the simple fact that we had the small discovery that if you do an MSQ relevant piece of content as a Blue Mage, apparently it does not progress your MSQ if you do that. Supposedly. This is not an upgrade. Oh, we're going all the way. Okay. Fair enough. All the way. I have already used my potion. But looks like Ymir is onto it. Telling teenagers to not do something. Well, I've heard that what you're supposed to do with children, and just to be clear, this is a joke. You're supposed to tell them what to do and not what not to do. That helps. Puts their mind on other things. That sometimes work with children, but teenagers, on the other hand, they're onto you. Sin asks if I use an MMO mouse. Yes, I do. I use the Corsair Scimitar, if you are curious. That probably also explains why I have those keybinds, and you don't exactly see me lift my left hand to click over there. Teenaged potatoes. Level 36. Wow! A piety materia! Exactly what I needed! Shoes! I've acquired new shoes! Let me just throw anything. I'm just like filtering out equipment so that it doesn't just clog up. Because I'll have to clean it later if I do that. We don't want that. You can feel more pious when you question life. Aha. What food would you recommend for tanks? If you're max level, then it's baked eggplant. Like, that's the best one for basically all jobs. If you're low level, then it actually doesn't matter. What matters is the only thing you're looking for in your food buffs is the XP bonus, it says right there. And all food provides that food buff bonus, the XP. That's the only reason. It doesn't matter what else is on it. If you want really good food, then technically anything that has like vitality, crit, and determination on it is a really good starting point, and obviously baked eggplant has that. So you can go with that. It's just extremely excessive if you're not that high level yet, and could also be very expensive. Hey Rose Artemis, hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. Yeah, that is pretty much what you're looking for, Sin. It's just you're looking for the XP bonus. And anything with vitality, crit, and determination would be nice. You could also use something with skill speed on it, but you're not as likely to have a lot of it. Got your first Baldesian Arsenal clear today. Nice, congratulations. That is a hard one. Well, it's hard as far as I know conceptually, because I have not actually been there, but it can be extremely scary to get into just because of the expectations. Oop, I wanted to face this way. I have a friend who, so this actually happened on one of my earlier streams, was that I was doing Palace of the Dead on stream. A friend of mine came in, basically, like, started writing, I think it was in Free Company chat or something, that they were very upset because they had been doing Baldesian Arsenal. They had done it before, but they didn't get any rewards for the run, because they died, like, literally as the final boss died. And they were dead, so they couldn't loot. And they were just, like, they basically just saw the reward chests appear as they got sucked out of the place or something like that. And the simple fact that that can happen is concerning, I feel, in a way. So it says, what's Baldesian Arsenal? It's like a pseudo alliance raid kind of thing, like a pseudo open world content in Eureka. It's like a raid in a way. I didn't even notice before I started doing streams that the food had different buffs. The girl just was just reaching into her bag and eating anything she could pull out. See, that's pretty funny. I had a feeling you'd come by tonight, Caetsu, and sure enough, there you are, eager to pick up where we left off. Let's start with a question then. You must be burning with several after that last affair. Why were you detained by the Inquisition? Why do you think I was detained by zealous temple knights who see heretics around every corner? There was a girl, an innocent. They wanted her, and I objected. Now then, are you ready to stop dancing around the real question and just ask? What was that voice I heard? Ah, yes, the voice. The one you heard when you first touched the crystal. An excellent question, but a difficult one to answer. Some say it is a beacon, guiding the Dark Knight to her true calling. Whose is it, you ask? Only you can discover that, for each knight must hearken to a different voice. As you grow more accustomed to drawing upon your dark side, you will come to hear it more clearly. Communion will hasten this process, but we dare not conduct the rites here, under the watchful eye of the Holy See. We'll make for southern Thanalan, for little Alamego. Ah, yes, the desert. Then asks which data center am I on. Smol Kai is on Alpha Light. My main is on Louisoix Chaos. Punctual as ever, I see. Communion, lest you worry, is rather simple. It is a ritual in which one nurtures the darkness within so that she may channel it more effectively in battle. Do not, however, presume the risks to be any less than before. Should you partake of it in excess, you will die. Or worse. So before we begin, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to kill something for me. Something feral, something fearsome which will push you to your limits. I want to see you thrive in that moment. That way, I will know you are ready. Ask Gundebold. He should know of a suitable creature. Gundebold! Show me something to fight. A pleasure to see you again, Caetsu. Do you require assistance? Training. Well, if you seek dangerous beasts for that purpose, then the Red Labyrinth is home to Paistis, notorious for their size and vigor. Our trappers take great pains to avoid their nests, and those who do not bear scars for their folly. I pity the man who dies without scars, but these Paistis sound promising. Tell me more. They've attacked caravans loaded with goat carcasses before. The smell drives them into a frenzy. This should serve to draw them out of hiding. Caetsu, I'll always be grateful for what you did. Those young ones were on the verge of making a terrible mistake, so consumed with anger there were they. I hesitated to act, even though I saw it burning within them, as I see it burning within you now. You seek the darkness within? I will not claim to understand your meaning, but I wish you well in your training. Let's go. Raven says, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Says, I love your videos. Thank you. Looking forward to the fan fest. Something I don't see people talk about much is how the jobs feel when scaled down to 70 or 60. Hope the new one plays well at that content. Knowing how Reaper plays at level 60... Whoops. Knowing how Reaper plays at level 60, I could imagine that the new jobs will play quite weirdly, or like they will be quite barren in toolkit at level 60 or 70. Part of the reason why this happens is because to make a job that isn't overwhelming at their starting level, they kind of have to not have too much stuff at level 80, which has the knock-on effect of making the job feel extremely barren when you scale down. I'm not saying that that's a good solution, I'm just saying that there is a reason. And it's probably not an oversight, but I do understand what you mean, Raven. That would be nice if they, like, had a little bit more, like, that the jobs weren't so, like, the jobs that start at high level weren't this barren when they get scaled down. Ah, they're close. I can feel their eyes upon us. Well, we're here. Show me who you are, Caetsu. Show me what you can do. I'm waiting. Oh, there! One would have to sink her teeth into the scruff of a newborn billy goat to get meat fresher than this. Observe my power, Frey. I just look at the enemies and they die. That wasn't so hard now, was it? Let me just check. No, it wasn't very hard, Frey. It was quite easy, in fact. To mete out justice, to protect the weak from the strong, and so forth. You yourself must be strong. Strength is pain, strength is suffering, strength is sacrifice. We must prepare for communion, but not here. Come, before more Pisces are drawn by the smell. I'm sure we'd be fine. Magri says, do you think there is a world where classes can keep all their abilities in low-level content but scale down potencies? I think that's a monkey paw wish. I'm reasonably confident that the players that suggest this probably don't actually really want this when they see what that means. The sheer amount of power you get from having all of those abilities means that if you scaled down, like, I don't know, a samurai and kept all of your tools, you would probably do like a third. Like, all things would be cut like down to a third of their potencies, which would mean that your damage would be absolutely terrible outside of when you have your cooldowns. It would just be... Now, you're just as strong as you were before, except now it's way more difficult. Like, if they made it like a toggle, where you could choose between getting scaled down for real and getting scaled down but keeping your toolkit, then I imagine that people would very quickly realize it's just way easier to just scale down for real. Even though it's boring. And the reason why I think that would be the prevailing result is that there's a huge amount of people that before the alliance rate changes would strip their gear off so that they could get the easy but incredibly boring alliance rate, because they'd rather be efficient than have fun. And this would be the same, I think. It's not out of the question that they might do like something like that, but personally, I value the fact that we have slightly different rotations at different level ranges. It might sound crazy, but I think it's interesting to see what you can, like how the rotation is different of like high level jobs when you get scaled down. Like, I think it's fascinating that Black Mage has a completely different rotation at level 50 than they have at level 60. And technically, Reaper has some differences at level 30 or 50 that don't really exist in the same way at level 70. And that is also true, as Ariel says, they have already made the Unreal fights as a way to enjoy old content with all of your toolkit. Sarah says job identity is far more interesting than balance, as I see. Well, yes, but getting your toolkit at lower level has nothing to do with job identity. Like, that is literally not, like, that's unrelated to that. You're still, like, it's not like you stop being a paladin just because you're level 30. And yes, Cat Damon says, it's kind of what I also said. Someone would figure out that one way is better than the other, and that would become the standard. That's fine, sirs. The question was, do you think there's a world where classes can keep all their abilities in low-level content but scale down potencies? And I said, probably not. And even if it were, it's like a monkey paw wish, because at the end of the day, people would prefer whatever's easier and more effective when they get scaled down. Like, if you could have, hypothetically, the samurai rotation from level 90, but your actual DPS is the same as that samurai over there that decided to just get synced down. Like, they're doing the same DPS as you, but they just go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, Midari Setsugeka, and then it just goes kaboom! And meanwhile, your Midari Setsugeka does meh damage because, hey, you wanted Sene, and you wanted Oginami Kiri, so here you go. People wouldn't want that, I don't think. And yeah, I think the common reason people bring this up is usually when people say this with, could we have more tools in low-level content? I feel like nearly every time people are picturing, I want to have more of my toolkit in Crystal Tower. Because you don't spend that long in a random trial roulette or a random raid roulette like in Alexander or something. And if you go into a low-level dungeon, at least it's not level 50 every time, so it'll feel a little different at the very least. But because you get Crystal Tower so much, it's pretty common to get bored of the level 50 rotation specifically. So I think the real answer to this is it's better if we can figure out a way to solve the problem of people repeatedly getting roped into doing Crystal Tower every time they do Alliance Raid Roulette. Type S says the devs could easily balance the kit to maintain the same potency per second while giving us our buttons. Type A, I think you're extremely underestimating how complicated it can be to balance a game. Like, incredibly so. That's exactly the reason why I'm like, yeah, they could give you the toolkit, but then you're doing like a third of your damage because all of those buttons and raid buff stacking and all that stuff means that you might be able to do double or even triple the damage by just having those extra buttons. It's not that simple, which is why I'm saying there's an almost guarantee that one way will be better. Like, either they will have not nerfed the full toolkit enough so it's significantly superior, or they nerf it too much and the simpler toolkit where you don't get all your buttons would be better. And it's simply a dangerous road to cross, I think. You look ready. Good. Now, listen well. Close your eyes and hold out your hands towards me. Breathe deep through your nose. Let the air fill your lungs. Then let it pass from your lips. Slower. Slower. Listen to my voice. Listen to your heartbeat. Listen for the other. I didn't tell you to hold out your hand. What are you doing? Enjoy, Zeras. With every breath, you grow lighter and slip further into the abyss. 1 foot in front of the other, over and over again. The ends of the world and back again. You know, that is very accurate. And if time has no end, still forward and onward, over and over again. So, what did you hear? Interesting, but not terribly informative. But do not lose heart. That you were able to hear it once more is progress enough. I believe you will come to understand its words, and its will in due time. I should mention that, in some instances, the voice is said to be that of another, one whom the Dark Knight is fated to seek out. If that is the case, you may have a long journey ahead of you. So you would welcome such a journey. There's something to be said for it, and for travel for that matter, to roam free and help those in need. Yet no good deed goes unpunished, does it? I knew a woman once. Wanted to be a hero, do great things, and so she did. The songs always end there, but life doesn't, does it? I don't know, does it? There are temptations more deadly than the dark side, Caetsu. You should have learned this by now, but you haven't. You will. The communion is ended, and with it, our time together, but we shall meet again, as we did before. Also, now you know how to use Blood Weapon, apparently. Could be Moonbreeder, yeah. That is true. Frey does echo the AI intro. Agri says, it certainly isn't a simple solution, but I wonder how much of the community would rather have less damage for more fun or more damage for less fun. I'm just saying that enough people wanted more time efficiency over fun, enough so that they had to change the alliance rate roulette so that you couldn't item level cheese it. Like, I'm just saying that it is a common enough problem that people will choose efficiency over fun, that it is something we're dealing with. You have to remember that there are also, like, jobs that can't use certain actions outside of combat, because if you could, people would use degenerate openers that would be absurdly long for no reason just to make use of this. Like, the developers are fighting a battle of teaching the players to not do unfun things for their own sake, but the players will choose the unfun thing and tell you that they're having fun with it every time. But as Gazel also says, fun is subjective, and some people enjoy making bar go up, so maybe they enjoy doing alliance raid roulettes and filling these up. So it's complicated. That's why I think what we have now, where it's just, well, you're level 50, so your toolkit is level 50, makes sense. And if we start saying, well, you could have your entire toolkit at level 50, then we're starting to open like a can of worms that we maybe don't want to have. And exactly, there's also things like optimal rotations at these different levels that can be interesting to explore that would become completely meaningless if you could just have your max level rotation everywhere, which ironically probably would make them more boring for some people. And it also makes it more complicated for people that aren't level 90 yet, because all of the people that are already level 90 have no interest in understanding how to play the job at lower levels, so they can't help each other. And, like, just level up to 90, you'll have better damage or whatever. Like, it opens, it starts a conversation with a lot of questions that maybe we don't need to have. Right. We have access to a new dungeon, don't we? Sunken Temple of Khan. Was that the only action we got? I think it was. Blood weapon, just blood weapon. Jump. But I mean, like, there's also the perspective that it would, of course, open up new questions as well, as like, how would you optimize your low-level rotation in those dungeons? Although, for the most part, the answer there is just the same as you do at max level. Hello? Yeah, Rose Asmis has a very good point about the Dancer 45-second opener as well. Very good example of this. But yeah, the thing is that we have all of these... oh, weapon upgrade. We have these, like, janky optimization tricks, like the dancer one, that is like an incidental thing you can do. Ardell says, if you like this kind of discussion and theory crafting, make sure to like the video and join the Discord. Nightbot elf. That's pretty good. Thank you. There should be a link to the Discord in the video description, I think. Otherwise, I can also post one in a bit. And as Gazel says, many people have forgotten that the purpose of roulettes is to help the players who are in queue, not the fun for max level players, and that is very true. It's like it's a little bit of a combination, I'm pretty sure. Like, what it's about is it's supposed to be content that max level players can do, and like players in general can have fun with, you could say. But simultaneously, it just so happens that it's masquerading as that kind of content, while actually having the purpose of making sure that people, like that content gets done. It's the same as with Mentor Roulette, that it both serves the purpose of being a way for mentors to like help sprouts through the game, but it's also a way, it just so happens to also be a way to like just like filter out so that all queues that are just not happening, like content that just are not getting people, get people. It just breaks apart a little bit in the explanation when we remember that extremes are also on that list for some reason. Like, that's the part where that kind of breaks. But the idea is there. Like, roulettes are like, have like two functionalities, and one is being repeatable content. Another is you can use it to level jobs. But the third one is that it also serves as a reason for people to like repeatedly do the content in the game so that people can do their MSQs. Like, without the roulettes, it would be extremely hard to do your MSQ without using duty support. Also, that sounds like a wonderful person said. You're not healing me enough. You're healing me too much. Maybe attack a little bit, maybe? Yeah, see, that is actually pretty funny, is that when that kind of player gets mad about it. Because it is pretty funny, because what I've heard a lot of is a lot of players going, Final Fantasy XIV is so easy. Anyone could do it. Like, it's so easy. Meanwhile, why is it that that can be true, and then you also have to explain to people how to do things? Like, if it's that easy, why isn't it obvious? And also, if it is that easy, then why is it that important that everyone do things perfectly? Or is it actually not that easy? Hey Chelsea, hope you're doing well. I might have overpulled here, but the irony of doing a big mega overpull as a tank is that the moment that you stop pulling is when you realize whether it was too much or not. Because then the mobs reach you when you stop kiting them. Crazy Asian says, I've played tanks and mainly DPS, looking to get into healing a bit. Would Sage be a good healer to start with? No. Sage will assume that you already know 70 levels of practice as a healer. Which means that Sage has a huge amount of buttons for level 70 jobs. For a job that starts at level 70. So I would not recommend Sage as your first healer. Maybe if you're confident that you understand how healing works. But I would not recommend Sage as your first healer. Like, maybe try any of the healers that start at level 30 or less and see if you get how their toolkits work. If you get those, then like once you've understood the basics of the role, then it might be not as dangerous to try Sage. But if you really want it to be Sage, like if the reason you want to try healing is because you want Sage, then my recommendation would be queue for lower level content first. Like, pick up Sage, read through like the first 18 levels of spells and stuff, and then go into Sastasha. Like, either queue specifically for it or do it with duty support. Your choice. And then like get acquainted with your toolkit as you level up. And do like higher dungeons, but don't just jump straight into level 70. Part of the reason for that is if you reach level 71 before you do a dungeon as Sage, your first dungeon might actually be Holminster Switch, which is commonly accepted to be one of the biggest difficulty spikes in Final Fantasy XIV. So that will be a terrible experience if you're new to healing. And I know, Xanadus. What did I say? Like Crazy Asian, typically I recommend White Mage as your first healer so that you get like the true experience from level 1. But it doesn't have to be White Mage. The point is that you learn like the basics of healing. That's the important part. That is actually the part that matters about this. Hey Sniled, hope you're doing well. The scary thing about Scholar, if you start with that at level 30 as your first healer, is that if you go into a dungeon as Scholar, there's a reasonable chance that Eos will just hyper carry you so hard that you learn nothing. Like, it's complicated. That's why I'm saying it. The important part is that you learn the basics of the role. Like that's ultimately what matters. And you can also just try a few different ones, given that 2 of them start at level 30 and one, like, only White Mage is the one where you would, like, have to level it a bit before you would be able to access a dungeon. Like, if you've already played Summoner, then you have Scholar as well. Snide says, on the topic, I had a warrior tell me to stop healing him. I was a White Mage, and I told him I need my Blood Lily. Well, what you can do as a White Mage, if you are in a dungeon with a warrior that doesn't actually need your healing, what you can do there is use your lilies between pulls. Like, pack that as you run to the next pack. You just throw out all the lilies that you've accumulated so that you can use your Blood Lily on the pull itself. You can also just use Aflato's Rapture, you know, the AoE heal. Then, if a warrior says, don't heal me, grr, then you can just say, I'm not healing you. I'm healing everyone. What are you talking about? You didn't complain when I used Ass Eyes, were you? But that's something you could do. But not all, like, it's also worth keeping in mind that not all warriors don't need a healer. Use some cure ones, the rage will make the warrior stronger. Oh no. Usually if I'm tanking as a warrior and the healer spamming cures and stuff, I will suggest to them they could attack a bit. I've also even suggested that they don't heal me for one pull, just to show them that they don't have to spam heal me. But I don't try to force, like if the healer really wants to spam heal me, then I guess we're just doing an expert roulette for 20 minutes. Right, we've reached level 38, so now we can do Cutter's Cry. Free cure is such an... yeah. Free cure is a problem. Wait. Oh, it's level 38. Rust is one level behind. Well, we can do Cutter's Cry again. I suppose we could do Sunken Temple again, I should say. We could do that. My rested bonus is also almost over. Yeah, Free Cure has such a niche use case. Such an incredibly niche use case that the probability, the chance that that problem actually comes up before you get better options to deal with those kinds of problems is basically none. Yeah, so like it's not even that's the problem. I would actually think Free Cure, the problem with Free Cure is that when you are that low on MP, the low chance of Free Cure activating isn't worth relying on. Like when you use Cure 1, there's a 15% chance that you get a Free Cure 2. If you're that low on MP, you can't wait that long for that random chance to happen. You don't have that kind of time. Like, it has to happen now. Like, if they had made it so that when you use Cure 1, your next Cure 2 is 150 MP cheaper, which would on average be the same effect, it would have been better. It wouldn't have been viable in any, like, it wouldn't have been more viable than Free Cure, but it would have been better in the situation where you might actually need it. They could have also just even had made Free Cure make it so that Cure 1 costs 150 less. That would have also been the same effect, ultimately. I've also had white mages in like level 90 duties that just spammed cure. The thing is, if you buy a level skip, you will be level 80. You still have to go through all of that. Oh. You still have to go through those 10 levels, so if you somehow still haven't learned the basics of healing from level 80 to 90, then it's because you haven't tried. Or you didn't care. Is also a possibility. Uncle Rowdy says, I've seen white mages in level 90 raids who keep Medica 2 on the party at all times. You see, that is also a common pitfall, is that people think of it as like a buff to maintain. I've seen scholars being like, oh man, I have so much MP problems all the time. And they're like, how do you play? And then like, if you actually watch them play for a little bit, every time at Loquium it disappears from the tank, they immediately cast it again, like instantly. Like, it's not a buff you're supposed to be maintaining. That's not how you're supposed to be playing that role. So like that can happen. And because healing is like a little weird and a little hard to explain because it's more defensively minded, it's very easy for people to like not get it. Because with damage, and even like DPSing as a tank, like the majority of what you're doing as a tank is offensive stuff at the end of the day. Because of that, you can at least play the job to some degree without anyone noticing. Like if you ever meet a tank, and I'm sure most of you have, that has no idea how to use that they're supposed to be using defensive cooldowns, but their damage is fine. I mean, if you get paired with good healers, then that's good enough. But a bad healer still has to heal, right? They still have to do that part. Enfys says they should attach Q3 to region in the same way Thunder Ticks can trigger Thundercloud. I mean, they could have... I think that would actually possibly be better if they made it so that... so that free cure was a random chance on region. I think that is actually a decent, like that. It's not much better. Like you still don't want to like spend a GCD casting cure 2, but if it's a free cure 2 with no cast time like Thundercloud is, then you know suddenly it's not as bad. And it doesn't force you to use cure 1, which is like terrible. I can't read that name, but thank you. Also, I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm glad to hear that my guides helped you, and welcome to Alcia. And that is true. Did we miss it again? Bruh. Ymir, the best suggestion I can give there is make sure that you're maintaining region while we're running. Because that's instant. But then when we reach the destination, that's when you have to use Cure 2. And also remember that Swift Cast can be used to skip the cast time on Cure 2. It does not have to be specifically labeled for race. I actually often use my Swift Cast to sneak out a like a Benefic 2 or something if I need to. Yeah, what you need to do as a healer, like there's a lot of planning. In that, what you need to observe is how much damage is the tank taking per GCD. Like, do you have time to cast Stone again? Or do you need to heal now? Swift cast is for Holy? Why? It doesn't give you more Holies. Skipping the cast time on Holy doesn't make you cast more Holies. Did you know? Like, the reason to swift cast Holy is more about if you have to reposition while casting Holy. You can weave with it. That is true. If you like, that's the thing. If you're going to be casting like Azai's or Presence of Mind or like Tetragrammaton or something, then swift casting Holy makes a lot more sense. But then again, to actually weave swift cast in the first place, you also had to. Are you serious right now? You also had to weave something. So it is complicated. But my point is mostly that you can use Swiftcast for a lot of things. White Mage, what's that? It's Glare Mage! Is that an upgrade? Or is it a side grade? That's kind of a side grade. But yeah, if the tank isn't using any defensives, it can get really, really dull to be a pure healer, I feel. I totally see what you mean there. Oh, level 39. That means we can get new stuff from the Grand Company. Eleven says, I spent 40 minutes trying to fish for sardines before reading the quest and noticing they only appear at night. Oh. That sucks. That's really, really unfortunate. You just see, I'm pretty sure I have more stuff here to move out. We sold you this coat like an hour ago. Yeah, so? Don't need it anymore? No. Done with it. Have it back. Yeah, the thing is, the big takeaway that I'm trying to go for is that using Swiftcast, like, and not sitting on it for a rainy day with rays, for example, is a step that you have to, like, eventually take as a healer. Why is there another one 3 levels later? Weird. It's the same as you have to one day make the jump to start to use things like Benediction aggressively, or like as an Astrologian, instead of sitting on Essential Dignity until something bad happens, just go, well, I don't need to heal the tank for the first bit of the fight. I can just wait until you're low enough that my Essential Dignity is effective. But those things are really scary. Oh, that's also an upgrade, I'm pretty sure. Absolutely. Then there's more gear at level 40, it seems. That was actually something that was quite funny that I noticed last time when we were leveling Astrologian, was that there was a bunch of gear that was like, oh yeah, that would be great. Now, the big problem there is that it would be great if you were a physical job. For some reason, they just don't give you that much as a mage. Oh yeah, that is true. That does make sense, Xanadus. That the male Darkhold, you probably would need a gear upgrade or two. So it makes sense that they would sell you that. Okay, now we can do Cutter's Cry. Right? Let's see... Have I forgotten anything? No. Give me just one moment. Is the male 44? Right, it is 44. Well, it's just weird that it's like, here's a new weapon at level 39 and one at level 42, but it doesn't not make sense. Although you don't get like a job weapon at level 45 or something either, do you? If you did, that would make it make more sense, because then it's like, well, you don't need a new weapon at level 49. Cat Demon says, I remember when the final boss in Sunken Temple felt like a lot of AoEs. Yeah, one of the big AoEs in Sunken Temple is, you noticed near the start of the fight, the boss summons like one of those mithril verges, but there's like a little square around it. If you ignore it, it will explode and do a lot of AoE damage. And on average, I'm the person who deals with the mithril verge when I'm like doing it alone. But for example, I bring Numia, and Numia does it. And like on average, if I'm doing like just complete random group and I land in Sunken Temple of Khan, there's a really high chance that it doesn't matter what role I am, I'm the person dealing with that mithril verge. So it makes sense that it would be like, I feel like there's more AoE in this fight normally, because people don't deal with that. Now we also have a Shadow Wall. Oh, those people are awesome as well, right, Sen? One's got a white mage on Aether Font that only healed when I suggested they don't need to heal the warrior that much. They responded with, please don't play my game for me. Or something like that. I mean, the counter to that one is, okay, well then don't ruin my game for me. Like, them not doing any healing is making it take 40 years for no reason. Like, one thing is being scared or concerned that you can't safely stop healing. But if your argument is, don't backseat me, then you get a bonk on the head. That's what you get. Like, I've talked about this before. When people say, you don't pay my sub, like, you ask them to do something that they're supposed to be doing. Xanadus is also saying this now, I think. If you ask the person to be doing something they're supposed to be doing, and they respond with, don't talk to me like that, like, for any reason, especially if they say you don't pay my sub, they don't pay your sub either. So, like, if you're the healer and the tank refuses to use defensive cooldowns because you don't pay their sub, then you just stop using heals. Like, you just stop using OGCDs and stop attacking. Incidentally, they become a lot more interested in your subscription money payments when it means that you don't attack. Like, the people that are, like, refusing to play the game, like, they're basically choosing to slack and then get mad at you for requesting that maybe they try just a little bit harder than that. Then you teach them that you're actually carrying them. And the way you do that, is by stopping carrying them. Like, the thing is, a tank that isn't using defensive cooldowns but is pulling, like, wall-to-wall pulls, they will fold like paper if the healer stops carrying them. Like, the only reason it worked in the first place was because the healer was, like, pulling their slack for them. Similarly, if a healer isn't really, like, doing very much, like, the healer's only spamming Cure 1 or Cure 2, then if the tank stops using defensives, then the healer will run out of MP. I could have interrupted that. My bad. So, like, just reiterating, I'm not saying if the person isn't going, like, full blast, mega sweaty tryhard, maximum damage, then you punish them. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if you ask them to do something that is rather reasonable to ask, and they respond aggressively like that, or in a rude way like that, then the obvious way to counter that is to stop carrying them. So, like, that's the key difference, is if the person is nice about it and go, oh, I don't feel confident about doing that, or I'm still new to the role, then you're like, well, you could try and cast a few attack spells or something. It'll probably be fine. But as long as they're not rude, then you, actually, that is a pretty good point. You can probably get away with a lot of things in Final Fantasy XIV if you're not rude. Then people are more likely to just let it be. Chelsea says, I've let a tank die in Manalis when it was current because they did that. No cooldowns. That was a very good choice. The Ezuna on Gazel there. The dot on this boss hurts so much. It's always worth removing. If you are a scholar or a sage, you can actually also prevent it from happening, because the dot is applied as a side effect of damage. So if the attack itself does 0 damage, then the dot is not applied, and the attack itself doesn't actually do that much damage. So, like, if you're maintaining a barrier with Succor or Eucrasian Prognosis, then you might actually be able to prevent it from happening altogether. Little fun fact there. Eh. Well. Oh man. I have just acquired Stalwart Soul. It's time. There was a time, a long time ago, I think it was one of the first dungeons I did with Sip, where he was tanking. He was tanking as Dark Knight in Dead Ends. And he did a big wall-to-wall pull. And I think I was playing Sage. And I noticed he was not using TBN. So I just immediately let the group die, because we were all a pre-made. Like, I just immediately went, nope, stop, rewind, let's try that again, and then do it right. And then I explained to him, you have to use TBN a lot. And simply by wiping the group immediately, by me just going like full breaks, just nope, I'm not healing that. That gave the perfect opportunity to take that lesson. I don't do that anymore. I just like clear the pack and then give the lesson nowadays. But Sip can take it. Hey, Travis! Missed anything juicy? I don't know. We've been doing dungeons. We had a pretty funny thing with Ryunosuke, or what was his name, in the Heaven's Turn thing. And yet there's also the part that if you're a sprout, then there's also a massive difference in what people think are okay and what is not okay. But there's also like, it's a combination. If the person is a sprout, that is one thing. If the person says they're new, that is also another thing. Snile says, is TBN enough? Or do you need other cooldowns and big pulls? You need both. Basically, your average big AoE pull, you're actually tanking mobs for like less than 30 seconds most of the time. So if you just use TBN when the mobs are like, oh boy, when you've like reached your destination, then also use something like Shadow Wall on top, then you get even more value out of your barrier. And then you can do something like Reprisal after that. And then you use TBN again when it's available again. And then after that, the pack is usually about done. Usually. Like, if the healer's attacking and stuff like that. And then the next pack, you can do the same thing. TBN plus Rampart, and then Reprisal or something like that. Maybe Arm's Length, and then TBN again. You want, if you're tanking a big AoE pull as a Dark Knight, and you have TBN, you want to click it. Which also means, as a side effect, that when you're pulling a big AoE pull as a Dark Knight, if you have access to TBN, the MP bar should stay over 3000 so you can use it when you need to, which is on cooldown when you have a big AoE pull. Like the key thing, and a lot of people complain about Dark Knight being the worst tank for big AoE pulls. It's not wrong. It is the weakest one at like sustaining itself, that's true, but if you're actually using your toolkit as a Dark Knight, then it is not a problem. Like then you're fine if you just use your toolkit. But it isn't entirely obvious how you're supposed to do that. But it does lead to things like Dark Knight tanks that are not using their defensives right, and things like that. I don't need this. Let's see, Mayor Clanger says, the only problem I found with that is that someone can add any tone to your comment they want and get super defensive anyway. That's true. You can try and give advice. And the thing is, exactly as Mayor Clanger says, completely right. The only thing you can do is hope that people are assuming the best when you're like approaching them. Because you can say, would you like some tips and a smiley, and they can think that the smiley is sarcastic, and then you're not any further, right? You're quiet, always all I found Rathalos. Well, Angel, remember, you don't have to fight Rathalos until it says you have to. Emphasis, I'm not, nope, I'm not healing that. Me, whenever I'm watching a cool cutscene for the first time and some tank decides to start a fight when I'm not ready. See, the thing is, for their situation there, they decided to pull without a healer, so hopefully they've got this. Yeah, Helm says the worst player I've met in that regard was a tank in Khan, who only used single target, no stance, and did not react to any teaching attempt. The closest I've had to that is in Bottom's Metal. I had a tank that didn't use defensive cooldowns, only pulled one pack at a time, and only did single target. It was a Dark Knight, by the way. They did have tank stance on, though. When they were requested to maybe do a little bit more than that, their argument for not using AoE was, and I kid you not, I'm not making this up, I have all the tanks except one at max level. Pretty sure I know what I'm doing. After which everyone in the party were like, no you don't. No you don't. Their argument for defensive cooldowns was, and I was the healer in that group, so you can bet that I was attacking a lot. The reason they were not using defensive cooldowns was because, and again, I'm not making this up, I'm not joking, they want the healer to be doing the job as the healer. And heal. Not attack. And if he uses defensive cooldowns, then he's supporting my decision to be attacking instead of healing. I don't know if he realizes the irony in the fact that he's simultaneously also refusing to do his duty to minimize the damage he's taking by not using defensives, which is also his job. And by only single targeting, he often lost aggro on mobs because everyone else were cleaving and doing a lot of damage, so he was also failing at his role at keeping at the attention of all the mobs. So, I don't know what to tell you. Congratulations, but you played yourself. Right, we have another quest. See, that also works, Chelsea. Says a specific cooldown order. But you should, of course, use TBN on cooldown. And your list doesn't say I start with TBN. You should go TBN Rampart. And then Oblation, for example. And then TBN again. Is Minikai wearing a helmet? Apparently she is. Now she isn't. Yeah, basically, it almost doesn't matter what tank you are. If you have access to your short cooldown, that one is like your priority number one. To use, because it is the short one. You get more uses of it if you use it more. I know, massive, incredible. But specifically with TBN, because it doesn't have a negative synergy with... oh, it was just the set of cooldowns you meant. Fair enough, Chelsea. I thought it was a specific order. Because TBN doesn't have a negative relationship with other defensive cooldowns, unlike the other short cooldowns, because diminishing returns makes it so that if you stack a lot of damage reduction, they each become weaker. Having a barrier making you take less damage directly makes the barrier bigger as a result, you know, effective health. So TBN with another defensive is actually better. That That is also something to consider. That is part of the reason why I was like, it's important to note that pulls don't take that long, so it doesn't matter that Dark Knight burns through defensive cooldowns faster than everyone else. Because as long as everyone's doing their part, you're probably fine. You'll probably be fine. Envy says, I had a guy like that once in Stone Vigil back when I was still nearest to White Mage. I asked him to please mitigate an AoE, and he responded with, stop healing the DPS, just cure to me. That solves the problem. Now the DPS are dead, and I'm Maya Clanger says, is it possible to get a bot tanking in a duty? I don't know what's possible with that, just wondering. I mean, anything's possible. But I'd imagine that bots will just do it through duty support to stay out of sight, because they don't really want to get noticed that much, even though they're not that good at hiding. Hey Ryan, hope you're doing well. Chelsea says technically taking a little HP damage can benefit you because you can TV in and abyssal the HP you lost. That is true, but you will typically have taken the HP damage that you need to heal with Abyssal Drain while you were rounding up the mobs in the first place. So you could also use Abyssal Drain earlier. But you're right. That would also help. You look well, Caetsu. More determined. You have not heard the voice since last we spoke, I know, but worry not. If your affinity with your dark side is as strong as I believe, then communion is all you require. Come with me to the burning wall. You know what you must do. Burn the wall? Guy looks more adorable, not determined. I see you've decided to wear your pink winter coat again. You look, ferocious. You know, 11, there's a reasonable possibility that could be very real. Many rotations in Final Fantasy XIV are so predictable that you could possibly easily just make a computer do it. Like, illegal, but there's not very, like, many rotations have no randomness. Macro your rotations. Please don't macro your rotations. They don't work like that. Surveyor says, on the topic of tank mitigations, we can never have enough PSAs that arm's length slow is for attack speed and not movement speed, and that is very true. Arm's length slows the attack speed of enemies and is worth about 16 to 17% damage reduction per mob. Why do I hear boss music? It begins, as always, with blood. Oh, that's why I hear boss music. A confirmation of your identity. There are axe beaks here which have grown ferocious beyond reckoning. Vile creatures, eager to prey on man and beast alike. Offer yourself to them. They will come. Then make an offering of them to me. Ha! One thing you can do with that, Rose Artemis, is if you are having trouble remembering the sequences, then let me make an example. If you make a macro like this, it will actually show the cooldown on it, but if you press it, nothing happens. So you could make like a bar with just, oh, if I click this, this, and this, I get Hooton, for example. If I press this, and this, I get Doton. So you can like make a cheat sheet on a hotbar. So you could memorize them that way. You would, however, need to use a lot of macro spots to do that. But never try to do your mudras themselves with a macro. It wouldn't work.
Ah, now, that is the Caetsu I've longed to see. You resent this, don't you? This pointless trial. Perhaps you even resent me for subjecting you to it. Remember this feeling. Treasure it. I want it smoldering within you when we commune in Camp Drybone. You resent this trial, don't you? Didn't do anything. Community guy is too small to have resentment. There isn't space for it. Would it be useful for monk? I don't know. Monk's rotation is somewhat free-flowing in a way. Probably not that helpful. It could be helpful if you're having trouble, like, memorizing when you're when you're doing optimal masterful blitzes at max level or something. Maybe you're having trouble remembering exactly what order you're supposed to do them in, but then again, it's a little bit free-flowing in a way. There's just some things to keep in mind. So I don't know what you would put in a cheat sheet like that. Punchcat says, one time I was playing Dark Knight in a dungeon and a teammate said, into the fray! And then I got sad. Oh. Close your eyes and hold out your hand towards me. Oh, he actually did request the hand. Fair enough. Breathe deep through your nose and let the air fill your lungs, then let it pass from your lips. Slower. Slower. Listen to my voice. Listen to your heartbeat. Listen for the other. Thank you, the 12. It is you. It is you, Caetsu, someone said from off screen. Isambard, remember? Must have been ages since last we spoke. To think that you would end up slaying the Lord of the Inferno when you first came through looking for our missing common folk. I took you for a... Ah, but this isn't the time to reminisce. I sought you out because I need your help. Do tell. Not long ago, an Amaljar raiding party attacked a caravan on the road and abducted several pilgrims. We reported the incident to both the Brass Blades and the Immortal Flames, but it seems neither is in a position to muster forces at present. You know what lies in store should they not be rescued soon. Please, Caetsu, there's no one else. Really? Charge into an enemy encampment filled with Amaljar warriors and free some fools who should have armed themselves? Risk life and limb to do the work of a dozen men all because you bloody-assed? Is that it? It's what I do. It's what I do. That's what we do, isn't it? Every goddamn time. Fine, we'll bring them back. I thank you for... They were bound for the encampment to the southeast. Then so are we. I just want to say, the thing is, this is of course a little bit of a spoiler for this particular story, but it is sort of like a, in retrospect, thing with this story is that if I understood the story correctly, technically you're the only person who can see Frey, but as far as you see, everyone's communicating with Frey. But if Frey doesn't actually exist, it means that you're the one saying the mean things that Frey is saying. Sorry, I just put the leadership on someone. Sorry, I put it on Gazel. I could have put it on anyone. But yeah, in retrospect, it means that the reason why the NPCs are so taken aback when you finally go, sure, I'll help, even though you're the person saying, I'll help, and Frey is the person being rude, is because you're both. The nerve of some people, after all you do for them. They're inside, just as Eisenbart said. Mere moments away from being tempered, I'm sure. What? Well, what are you waiting for? It's time to play the hero.
Rosalzman says, something I hadn't thought of before. Do any of the NPCs ever look towards Frey? That guy was looking at you the whole time from what I saw. He turned and looked at Frey when Frey started speaking initially. But after that, he exclusively looked at me. You can rewind the tape to see. He does. They did look at Frey. They actually did look at Frey initially when he spoke to me. But in reality, they're not looking at Frey because he doesn't exist. It's just your imagination that they're looking at Frey. Trevor says, is it true that the one who wrote this story for Dark Knight is also the one that later wrote the Shadowbringer story? I believe Aradel said as much earlier. But yes. The Warrior of Light is crazy. Yes. Correct. Wow, they run slowly. See, that also makes sense, Rosasmus. Maybe that's what's happening. That they're confused as to why you're looking over there.
Just didn't know when to leave off, did they? Neither did you, though, eh? I mean, look at yourself. Most of that's not even your plot.
Lalafell emotes.
Leave it. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Let's go and give Eisenbart the good news.
Hey Shiro, hope you're doing well. I mean, I cannot invite. Now I can. If you want to be in the Magic School boss, you can. The guys will go AFK. Oh, there they are. Yeah, pretty much. 11 says, outside POV, the War of Light leaking dark smoke with glowing red eyes, speaking two things at once in a reverberating voice. Meanwhile, what the player character sees is, oh, my friend Frey. He's a little grumpy. That's fine. He's just grumpy. Welcome back, Katsu. I heard you really gave those Amolja a what for. Good show. I'm sure you're eager to be on your way, so I won't waste any more of your time, but thank you. Come back whenever you like.
Those who have never faced death do not scruple to condemn others to it. They know nothing of true sacrifice and are weak for their ignorance. In sacrifice there's strength. In sacrifice there's liberation. Close your eyes and hold out your hand towards me. Breathe deep through your nose. Let the air fill your lungs, then let it pass from your lips. Slower, slower.
With every breath you grow lighter and slip further into the abyss. On a throne of bone she awaits. She waits. Serve, slay, save,
slave, slay. Serve, save, slave, slay. They come to entreat a judgment. Serve, save, slave, slay. One by one in solemn procession. Is Smol Caetsu yet? I think so. You're tuning to Frey secretly an Aetherite. So, what did you hear this time? And there I was thinking you were on the verge of discerning the truth. Your affinity with your dark side grows stronger by the day, and yet there's a hesitation. Listen to me, Caetsu. You have performed great deeds and saved countless people. You're a hero to the realm. But you are no Dark Knight. The Dark Knight accepts that she cannot save everyone, that sometimes she is fortunate just to save herself. Sacrifice, Caetsu, is to renounce that which binds you, to recognize that which matters, and forsake all that does not. At the very least, you must realize that you cannot continue to carry all these burdens, unless you wish to die a slave. I'm fine. Just a little tired. The communion is ended, and with it our time together. But we shall meet again, as we did before. Emphasis. The Dark Knight quests beyond the first seem at odds with itself. Initially it says, we serve justice upon those who would otherwise not receive any. The following follow-ups are all, why would I do that? I think the reason that it is like that is because, as you may notice, the reason why, what happened is Eisenbart comes over to ask for help. Frey is like, well, they should have protected themselves. Why did they get in this mess in the first place? At the same time, everything in the system that is supposed to protect these people failed. That's why they come to us alone, to ask us to risk our lives. It is a little bit at odds with itself. But it is kind of a point of, don't just help everyone because you can. Help those that need it the most, I think. That's what I think is what they're trying to say. No. No. Absolutely not. What? We're level 41 now, so I could do Stone Vigil, but I see that that Rust is at 39. We could also mix up the groups a little bit. Depending. Yeah, I don't know, Infis. I think part of it is that people... That it leaves a little bit to interpret yourself as well. What do you see? Which makes sense, given how it has this whole... you're not actually seeing what's really happening in front of you. Like, that's not exactly what's happening. And that's also true, Kragenmo. Dark Knight always felt like a sort of, you can't help anyone if you're dead, so take care. Which is ironic, given that it's Dark Knight that learns Living Dead. I just now realized we have this little
This umbrella protection crew. Right, I was thinking of doing Stone Vigil. I'm guessing that Rust is in the middle of doing their job quest. And they're not level 41 either. So I'm thinking, we've done a bunch of dungeons with this specific group that we have, so we could like mix things up a little bit. We have space for 4 as usual. So if there's anyone that wouldn't like, we have 5 in the group and we can have 4. That works. Thank you, Rust and Gassel. Appreciate it. We can continue with this group. Now the question is, what jobs are people playing? That works. Also, hey, careful whale. I can't remember what your was it Game End? Was it Game End that was careful whale? Can't quite remember. Yeah, I think it's been a little bit since I've seen careful whale in game. Sure. I don't know if we can both reach level 50 and also complete the roulettes we unlock at level 50. We might be able to reach level 50. Have you not done Stone Vigil? Isn't it an MSQ? Or was it just you haven't set auto skip? Don't worry about it. I'll just do 2 packs, Simia. Thank you, Chelsea, and good night to you. This particular dungeon, right at the start here and near the end, have some brutal AoE pulls. So it's a little awkward to do them split up because it's 5 packs and they're kind of awkwardly spaced. But if you do them in bigger pools, it can be a little overwhelming. Remember Dark Mind? I don't have Dark Mind. The reason why I do 2-1-2 traverse, I'm dying, is because there's a lot longer of a run from the middle pack to the the 3rd pack to the 4th pack than there is from the 4th pack to the 5th pack. So there's less running if I do 2-1-2. That is the reason why I do it like that. But yeah, if I was healing myself, then I would prefer if the tank either does 3-2 or even just flat out 5, because if I'm on Sage, I can just do that. It's fine. Assuming that the tank also knows what they're doing, of course. But a part of being a good tank is also about knowing what your group can handle. And I know Ymir isn't as confident as a healer, and there's nothing bad about that. So there's no reason for me to just go full Mega Blast if I know that. Right? If I already know that, then there's no reason for me to push it. And yeah, White Mage is also not exactly the strongest tank in this level range. Or the strongest healer in this level range. You see, I get confused because Scholar is basically a tank in this level range. Oh, this is also one of the awkward pulls, I think. There's too few mobs to really warrant going full blast with defensive cooldowns, but there's too many because they're very strong to not do it. Boonk. It's both thanks to Eos, but also thanks to Ruin 2. Scholar is insane. As long as you can survive the hit, then Scholar is capable of soloing something. Because they can just heal up. Most of the time. And also in this level range, Dark Knight is actually still one of the stronger tanks in terms of self-sustain. Because Dark Knight doesn't have a... Gunbreaker doesn't have Aurora yet. And Paladin doesn't have anything. So Dark Knight is pretty good on account of not being Warrior, who has Thrill of Battle, which makes Warrior like 1% better at self-sustain than Dark Knight. But Dark Knight is pretty strong in this level range, both offensively and defensively. I'm not going to use anything because I know it doesn't kill me and the boss is nearly dead. Oh, this is painful. I'm coming back here. Those ice sprites are ridiculous. Oh, right, there's another pack. For some reason I just keep going, right, I pulled the things right now. The reason why Gunbreaker isn't as strong at self-sustain in Stone Vigil, why Gunbreaker isn't as strong as Dark Knight in Stone Vigil, is because Brutal Shell doesn't apply a shield yet in this dungeon, so it's actually only 200 cure potency, not 400 because of the added shield. Which means that for Gunbreaker to keep up with Dark Knight in self-sustain, you have to just go 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, and Brutal Shell isn't nearly, like, you're losing a massive amount of damage, which Dark Knight isn't losing. Which is the real reason why Dark Knight wins that. But Brutal Shell, when it gets the barrier added, it makes Gunbreaker the second best at self-sustain, but that's at level 52. This dungeon has seen the most wipes? Maybe. The thing I think that would cause this dungeon to have the most wipes is probably more that you can pull more than what is good for you. Exactly, you said the same thing, it's just the trash mobs. The weird thing is that if the first section of the dungeon had been 4 packs and not 5, then I think people would have been a lot more likely to pull them 2 and 2 and let it be that. But because there are 5, you have to do it in an odd way, where you have to like pull 3 packs in one of them, which makes it a little bit awkward. And that also opens the conversation of why don't we just pull all 5? Like, that opens that conversation much more than if it had just been 2 and 2. Like, sure, people might still go, couldn't we just pull all 4? But I feel like the fact that you already have to pull over half of the packs makes people more likely to think that way. $42. Do we get anything at 42? Right, the weapon! We get a new weapon. We can buy a new weapon. Weapon upgrades. And apparently we also got some new shoes. Bastard says you extracted a spell speed materia from that ring. Sounds like Dark Knight needs to melt spell speed. It is a universal ring for all jobs. It makes sense. Don't worry, it makes sense. No, that was not what I wanted. I wanted this. Spell speed for AoE damage. Yeah! Speak brain time. That is apparently not an upgrade. We already found something. Wait, that was the chest piece that I used before the dungeon, wasn't it? Or was it even? Don't even know for sure. Oh, new card! I have a feeling we might not actually have the amount of seals that we need to be able to buy all the upgrades that we can. It is, for anyone who doesn't get the joke with spell speed, it has basically become a running gag around here that spell speed for Dark Knights and Paladins. Don't do it. It's a thing. Hey, Ezekiel. Hope you're doing well. Right. Some more Stone Vigil. I have a feeling we have to go multiple times here, because I don't have any more rested XP. Or maybe not. If we get 1.5 levels from this run, then I think we can do it. It looks very similar, yeah, Ymir. Oh. There's the fire breath. Agibuster says, I remember when Dark Knight's AoE combo completed at 72. Oh yeah, I remember that too, because a month prior to the change, I had, like something like a month prior, I had made a guide detailing how to get the most out of your blood weapon before they made it easier. They get Stalwart Soul at level 40 now, Ezekiel. Meanwhile, warriors don't get the Beast Gauge from their Mithril Tempest until level 74. It's like that time when I made a guide for Samurai explaining how to use your chitin, right? And then like a month later they removed chitin. Just removed it. A Kai Salt emoji sounds good. How would that look? It's like a Aura Kai with salt on her head? If we want something adjusted, we just need Kai to make a video on it. Possibly. I made a video on the problem of the Alliance Raid Roulette and like the patch that followed the fix for Alliance Raid Roulette that we have now came, if I remember correctly. But I do make videos on a lot of topics like that, so maybe like I'm trying my hardest to use this power for good. Like my video where I was like, what happened to adventure forays? That's Boja and Eureka. I believe we had already been told before that Dawn Trail would have one or something like that. Make a video of how great the level 50 MSQ roulette cutscenes are and how we love they're unskippable. I mean, I want you to know, I want you to understand that for anyone that isn't aware of it. There was a time where they were skippable. I'm dying. There was a time where they were skippable, but it might shock you to realize that when they were skippable, the daily reward was like less than half of what they are now. So this would be like a monkey paw wish. You get them skippable, but you get the old reward. That isn't very impressive. You don't want that, I don't think. Exactly, as Xanadus and Orion says, the old version wasn't much better. The problem is that it's the MSQ roulette and they're kinda a slog. and them having unskippable cutscenes but a way bigger reward is probably for the best. I haven't made really a video on that subject simply because I don't think there's very much to say. I basically already said everything that I wanted to say on it. I just said it. I was there in the olden days when you could skip the cutscenes. It is weird that they've kept those 3 duties in that way, though. I am surprised that they didn't instead choose to make those solo duties so they could remove the MSQ roulette outright. Because it is a little weird to have a roulette like that just never gets added anything to, right? Yeah, very true. The story of why... the story of why they became unskippable is there's a few things there. The first bit is that people got so fast at clearing it that people could reach the next cutscene before the previous cutscene had actually finished. So people that sat down and watched the cutscenes, those generally you want to be aware, no one typically no one complained that people watched the cutscenes. Like, that wasn't a problem. The problem was that people were so good at clearing the content that before the next that you could get to the next cutscene before the previous had finished, which meant that the people that sat down to watch the cutscenes would still miss cutscenes. Like, they still wouldn't get to see all of it. That's the problem that came up. That was the real problem. And they actually adjusted it again when a new problem arrived. Around the time when the MSQ roulette was changed from 8-man to 4-man, and the rework happened that as you have seen, was when I personally started to see the trick of skipping the cutscenes by restarting the game started to get really popular. And by really popular, I mean I started seeing people complain that people weren't skipping the cutscenes. Which is a problem. Especially because you could only skip it by using a loophole, right? Then they reworked it again to be only 4-man, and for some reason that had the effect of causing people to no longer mind. The thing is, James, it doesn't actually rip people out of the cutscene. It just means that you get to skip it. Which means everyone else is still in the cutscene. And this is what people started noticing that you could do. You can still do that, by the way. It's just that because the duties are a little shorter now, people don't mind as much, apparently. But you can still do it. That's also true, Ajibuster. I believe we've done, at some point we did Castrum with Gazel, and Gazel plays the game in Japanese. So one cutscene, Gazel came out of the cutscene just before everyone else, but then things caught up because the following cutscene, ours was a little shorter or something like that. It was pretty ironic because the following cutscene was where the boss fight came or something like that. But yeah, it is basically, people have discovered there is a loophole because you don't get shoved back into the cutscene when you restart the game. And speaking of seeing those cutscenes, personally, I didn't get to see the cutscenes in Castrum or Praetorium until they made them unskippable, because I felt bad about sitting there and watching cutscenes when people had skipped them to fight the boss, right? I could watch it later. I didn't, but I could, so I didn't have to waste their time. Which you might think sounds familiar. So I didn't get to see those cutscenes or the context for those fights until they made it mandatory. And I actually did reach level 44 from this. That's incredible. And usually when this conversation comes up of, could you make it so, like, we could skip the cutscenes again? When the conversation comes up of if we could skip the cutscenes, usually the question is like, couldn't you just make it so that if there's no first timers, we could skip the cutscenes? The problem with that idea is that if we make it so that the reward is the same, but if there's no first timers, you can skip the cutscenes. Then we would instead have situations where people queue for MSQ roulette, and then either option A, they leave when they realize that the cutscene is not skippable, or option B, they vote kick the person who is actually the first timer. So that they could get to skip the cutscenes. And you might think, but wait, that's not allowed, is it? Hasn't stopped people previously. The only thing to stop them is if you report them when you get falsely kicked. But here's the thing, a sprout that has only reached level 50 probably doesn't even know that they can report them for that. So you really don't want to give people any way to abuse this system, because there would be players that would do that, absolutely. And yeah, that's also true, Shiro, that we already have the problem with Crystal Tower as well. And there are some people that just leave when they see, oh, it's Crystal Tower again. Which is kind of funny, because it is the most effective way to get that content done, right? They just are so incredibly fed up with it that they don't even care. It's just, I don't want it anymore. I'm done. I don't want Crystal Tower anymore. And that would also be something that could be a solution, Traverse. It's pretty funny. I saw that offered as a solution in my video on the subject, Traverse. And I'm not joking. I saw people genuinely arguing that it would suck if there also was a Crystal Tower roulette, because then they would have to do that one too every day. I was just sitting there like, no one's forcing you, mate. You don't have to. No one's forcing you, mate. Hajibuster says, just load up a Caetsu Chaiji channel video and switch brain off for Crystal Tower. Ah, smart. It's big brain time. Do we have a shoe upgrade here? We have a necklace upgrade. Even better. Maybe we also have a shoe upgrade? A little bit of both. What? These are the same shoe. Basically the same shoe. What the... Weird. Ezekiel, this is my alt that I play only on stream. So there's a lot of things she has not done yet. Basically, the two shoes, one of them was there's skill speed on it, and the set bonus is determination. The other shoe was there's determination on it, but the set bonus is skill speed. It was just weird, because they were both disciple of war, so it wasn't like, oh well, one of them is intended for a tank or something. You could choose whichever one you wanted. Traverses, I do wish they changed the item level requirement for Alliance Raid Roulette for the highest Alliance Raid one has unlocked instead of by level. See, the problem is, with the solution we have right now, is that it incentivizes players to not unlock the later Alliance Raids. Mainly because, as long as you have the item level, you'll still get Crystal Tower, which is more efficient, as we talked about. If they had made it... My opinion is that they should have made it so that if you're trying to do an Alliance Raid Roulette and you're doing it as a job at level 60 or above, if your MSQ is far enough that you could unlock Void Arc, I would say it should require you to unlock Void Arc to queue for it. And then also have the item level for, well, the first part of the Shadow of Ma series at least. You should have unlocked. And you should have the item level to enter. But the key thing that is the problem with the current solution is that you have to have the item level, even if you can't even get the item level, because you haven't progressed enough. That is silly. But I think it's bad that the current solution that we have sort of incentivizes people to not unlock content if they are trying to be excessively efficient. The key thing is that I'm not saying that is a normal player behavior, but there are players that will make, like, on their ult, they'll be like, I don't want to unlock the Evilise raid series because I don't care about Boja and all that. And if I unlock the Evilise series, I could risk getting it when I'm doing my daily Alliance Raid Roulette. Bring back set bonuses in Dawn Trail to avoid a level squish. How would set bonuses have anything to do with a level squish? I don't know what the context there is. Gazel, if you write on, at least in the PC live chat I can see, if you write an @ symbol and then start writing someone's name in the chat, it will like offer it to you, and if you write it right, it should like add a color to it to highlight it for the person you're talking to. And yeah, exactly, Traverse. How is that fun? And we talked about that earlier, that different people find different things fun. And some people like to see that bar go up. So it's difficult. It's really difficult. Let's see. Is Mail Darkhold? Is my Darkhold time? Emi is not ready. What's happening? Oh, you're doing your job quest. Right. Emia's doing their white mage stuff. I will. We will need a different player forward. Do we have any takers? Do you want to go BSR? Or Careful Whale? We can also do Careful Whale. BSR also said sure. Depends. Do you want to be? Okay, now we have game end. Is that all right, BSR? It just looked like a Careful Whale was like, ready. It's only Darkhold. Yet it is complicated with what the best solution is to the alliance raid thing. I don't have the best, like, I don't know what the best solution is, but I think that it would be good, like, to make it so that at least you're not like, you're not motivated to avoid unlocking content, to like game the system. But I also think that it is a bad idea if the game punishes you for playing the game and doing content. Because that's what happens if you reach level 60 before you have access to like level 60 gear, then you will no longer be able to do Alliance Raid Roulette with that job, because you can't reach the appropriate item level for that. Which is not optimal. Hey Kyoko, hope you're doing well. Oh, get in the crystal's light, everybody, before you get killed. Traverse says, I guess you could get gear from the market board in that case. What if you're on a free trial? Then what? And Sniled got the Circus Tower and Alliance Raid Roulette. I think we spoke that into reality at this point. It's fine, Coco. We're a few levels away of getting Living Dead at the very least. I know. A little bit ago, we also had a case of you remember to use Dark Mind. I don't have Dark Mind yet. It's quite funny that there's a lot of tools that Dark Knight gets like exactly a few levels later than you expect them to. Don't even need to move. What are all these for? What are all those crystals for? We just need one. Oh. That outfit is always weird. Here comes the scariest pull in the dungeon, in my opinion. Also, both because it's a really big pull, but also because we have the jerk anglerfish. That was close. Oh right, there's like weirdly long to the next pack here. It's really awkward, this. There's ranged mobs. Awkward. Awkward. Very awkward dungeon. Grrr. And I didn't even realize that my healer's just dying. How am I over here just dying to tanking a mob for me? Thank you though, I think I needed it. I do feel like in a lot of ways the male Darkhold is a lot more awkward than Aurum Vale, personally. But Aurum Vale is hated so universally that it tends to overshadow everything else. And I'm probably also biased because I don't actually dislike Aurum Vale. I don't mind the male Darkhold, I just find it really weirdly awkward. Yeah, exactly. The outfit is really weird on Lalafell, and generally I've never been a fan of that kind of glam, just personally. I recall the first time I actually made a glamour in Final Fantasy XIV was when I had the full set from Swallow's Compass, because back then I didn't realize that you should buy a crafted set, so I just collected the gear from the newest dungeon. And I didn't like the excessively high heals on the Swallow's Compass tank gear. Didn't like it. Did not like it. That was what spurred me to make a glam out of the Drowned City of Scala outfit. And the Drowned City of Scala tank gear is awesome, so, you know. Oh boy. Let me see if I can do a little bit of tank positioning magic here. Adorably angry noises. Close enough. Frey trying his best to finally get some anger out of the little sugar engine that is Smol Kai, and he still has to settle. Gazel mentions the Labyrinth of the Ancients tech, where you pull the dragon all the way to the north. It is actually a common problem that people do that, and if you don't do that, it is also a common problem that people will ask it to be done. Now, anyone in the chat willing to explain why people want the dragon pulled to the north? Does anyone know? There is a reason. It's not a good reason. Ross says the cone? Not really. You could just phase the dragon out of the circle for that. And it's not because they're dumb. Meva says because of the ads? The exit is actually in the middle of the room, so if you just kept the dragon in the middle of the room, that would actually be more efficient. It's actually because of the ads. People think that if you pull the dragon to the edge at the to the northern edge, you can kill more ads before they reach the dragon. But the thing is, when the skeletons start running for the dragon's corpse, the skeletons take less damage and run so fast that you have something in the ballpark of 1 or 2 GZDs to do it. So the thing is that what actually happens is because you move the dragon to the edge at the north, no one's attacking the skeletons, so there's way more of them alive when you were supposed to be killing them. So if you had just kept the dragon in the center, people could have just cleaved the skeletons and most of them would have been dead. So basically what we're getting at is that the reason people are moving the dragon to the north is because it's... I think it's comparable to like... it's basically... It's good intentions gone wrong. Because the problem is that it's not going to happen. It's... I have a better example of this. I'll explain it when I'm done with this, with Patrol here. And apparently Patrol is done with Game End. We have Dark Mind. Right, yeah, it's also tradition, Krakenmo, and somehow this tradition has to have come about somehow. The question is how that happened. And I'm sure at some point people stopped doing the part of killing the skeletons, which is what is causing the problems. But it is mainly tradition. It's the same as ninjas learning to use Doton on single target because they see other ninjas do Doton on single target. Or scholars using Fey Illumination for things like Whispering Dawn because they assume it works, and when they see other people do it, it's rare. That one's rare. But things like that, where people just observe what other people do and go, oh, that's how you're supposed to do it. But it shouldn't actually make any difference. As you may have noticed, sometimes you'll get Labyrinth of the Ancients groups where every single skeleton that spawns actually reaches the dragon and just bursts for damage, and the healers just heal through it. Like, yeah, it does a lot of damage, but they just heal through it. So it doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't actually really matter. And instead, you're moving a huge amount of players away into the corner or something, which isn't necessary. A good example of good intentions gone wrong is also that if the intent is that you want people to focus on the skeletons instead of just cleaving them as a side effect of hitting the boss, because the boss is right there if you put it in the center, your result is that no one's attacking, nearly no one is going to be attacking the ads because they're going to be attacking the boss. A really good example of this is if you've done Olsadal's Legacy. This one. In the area from the first boss to the second boss, there are these buildings. You enter a room, building becomes attackable. It doesn't attack you, but it summons ads. You have to kill that building to stop the ads from spawning. Makes sense, I'm sure. So some tanks will move the ads away from the building to incentivize the DPS and potentially the healer to single target the building to kill it faster. What do you think actually happens if you do that? What do you think the DPS and the healer actually do if the tank does that? Like, if you actually move all of the ads away from the building, do you think they're going to single target the building? because they're not. They're going to cleave that huge blob of mobs. They're in trash pack mode, not in boss mode. They're going to be attacking the biggest blob of enemies they can get their sights on. So the best you can actually do as a tank in that situation is make sure that the blob of enemies are as close to the building as possible to make sure that at least you're cleaving the building, if nothing else. And you can use the same argument with the dragon in Labyrinth of the Ancients. By just having the dragon near the skeletons, there's a better chance that people will actually attack the skeletons as a side effect. And as Gazel says, the thing is, and the reason why these things become weird is because the people that start screaming that you need to move the boss to the edge, they have probably not seen what happens if you don't do that. They've probably not seen what happens if you don't do that. And what happens if you don't do that is not really anything. Like it's like as Gazel says on the Japanese data center, it's fine. Why does that have 3 materia slots? Oh, because it has a stat less. That's really weird. That's really awkward. Oh, it has more defense. But yeah, because it works on the Japanese data center, we can conclude with certainty that you don't have to pull the dragon off into the north. You don't have to do that, and because you don't have to do that, the counter question is, why do we do that? And also, Traverse says a ton of Around Reborn video guides on Labyrinth of the Ancients also state to do that. Doesn't surprise me that many sprouts do that because of 10-year-old guides saying to do that. This is actually an additional problem that is very common in Final Fantasy XIV with random group content. This problem is the most effective first strategy tends to be the prevailing one. Which means that whatever strategy, like when a new piece of content comes out, like a new extreme or even a new savage raid, whatever strategy sticks and seems to work well enough to clear week 1 is going to be the prevailing strategy for like party finder groups, typically. Not always. If there is a good enough strategy, sometimes people will do that instead, but the prevailing strategy will almost always be the first one that works well, which means that if EU and NA players discovered that, well, if we move the dragon over to the north, it's easier, so someone makes a guide on that, doesn't even matter that other people discover that that's completely unnecessary. It's too late. Damage has been done. Now we've decided this is the strategy. And it takes a lot of work to discover that it isn't necessary. Like, as I said, if you don't deal with the skeletons, you don't wipe. And the only reason you have to move the dragon over to the north is to make it easier to deal with the dragon. Or to deal with the ads, sorry. Gazel says, works well enough. I once used standard step in the ads. I died after a few seconds. Well, you died. Did the rest of the raid? Did you wipe? Like, that's the key thing. For there to be development on a boss strategy, you typically need to wipe. And because people generally don't wipe in that fight, there's no need to fix what ain't broken, right? Traverse also said it's funny and sad because I've seen healers rescue tanks to the north to pull the dragon there. I can imagine that Gazel would just die inside if he was if they were the tank doing like tanking in the middle, and then just someone just yoinks them to the north. Do we actually get anything for this quest? Just occurred to me we already got the spell, so what's my motivation here? What are you giving me, Frey? Do you give me a new weapon? A piece of candy? A crystal? Nothing. Awesome. I'm beginning to question your commitment, Caetsu. You haven't heard the voice since our last communion, which means you haven't taken my lessons to heart. You know I'm trying to help you, don't you? All of this is for your benefit. You listen, but you don't understand. Never mind. You're the stubborn type, I know that. You'll just have to keep at it until you open your eyes. Murabi Dry Docks, that's where we'll head next. I can invite people that wanna come along. Do that. It gives you the edge. Now that would be pretty funny. Yazzle. Imagine that. The healer just uses rescue and then the tank just immediately just goes up in smoke. Just gone. I'm out. Thank you for coming, Rust. Hope you enjoyed doing some dungeons with me. I don't think you can actually leave a duty while you're in the middle of combat, can you? Pretty sure it won't let you, but you could just Alt F4 and just leave that way. Never much cared for the ocean myself. That friend of mine, the one I told you about after our first communion, we came out here together once. Long story short, we ended up doing something ridiculously foolish and we're lucky to make it out alive. I tried to talk her out of it, but she just had to get on that damn boat. Don't be like that, friend. Isn't the Maelstrom supposed to aid the small folk when they're in a spot of trouble? So far as it is possible, yes, but such matters fall within the purview of the Yellow Jackets and they told me to bugger off. Can you believe that? I'm begging you, Sergeant. Wait, is that you, Caetsu? It is, the legend herself. Forgive me, ma'am. I never thanked you properly for your service to Limsa Lamenta. When I first heard Leviathan had been summoned, I feared that... Why, if it isn't that famous adventurer who's been killing primals left and right. Truly, the 12 must be watching over me, because you're just the woman I need. I am the victim of a terrible, nay, heinous crime. I was waylaid by Kikirn bandits near the Salt Strand, who left me with naught more than the clothes on my back. And what makes you think I give a Kirkern's ass about your troubles? Go and bother the Yellow Jackets, like the sergeant said. I seek worthy prey, not a gang of rats. How can you say such a thing, ma'am? Without your help, I'm ruined. What do we say to that? We have crystals. The Kikians have crystals. Yeah. Gazel says, I can just go hands off from the keyboard and wait until I can leave. Make people think that you can get disconnected by getting rescued. That would be funny. Just make a rumor that that can happen. Not my problem. Wait, just listen. You said you wanted worthy prey, yes? The leader was a mean-looking bastard, at least 2 or 3 times the size of the others. It would probably take a dozen men to bring him down. If it's a challenge you want, then there it is. Just you against him and his cronies. What say you, ma'am? Shut your mouth and wait here. I'll be back. Oh, hero on the in the half shell is the guild hest with the turtle, right? Where you have to hurt it a bit and then move it into the smoke. Yeah, that wouldn't work if he just isn't moving it. Then you'd have to try and rescue them. But even then, he could just run back. I've seen that happen so many times. If this Kiken isn't everything he promised, I'll take it out of his hide. Let's make the most of this, Caetsu. No style, no guile, just chaos. Mark your limits, then push yourself beyond. Let the darkness guide you and set you free. Interesting. There's a lot of mobs. And now the mobs are gone. Exactly, Shiro. Like that's the biggest problem with rescue is that often people will just go back to where they were and be confused why you would drag them, or even worse, be annoyed that you had the audacity to drag them. They didn't want your help. And part of the reason for that for that is also because people, you know, use it to troll with sometimes. Or use it maliciously in one way or another. So people immediately assume the worst when they start seeing themselves get dragged. So that certainly doesn't help either. You did well. All that's left is to return the goods to their owner. Finish it. Finish what we started. Are you okay, Frey? You good? I'm here, but I'm not in the group. Who's the leader? That's a lot of healers. Hey, I need healing. It's actually not Smol Caetsu, it's Genji. I need healing. Frey needs healing. Worst part is he's the one with the white mage weapon. Oh, it's you. Were you able to catch up with those bandits? Thousands of guild worth of goods imported from exotic locales. Yes, that seems to be mine, but... But what? Limlane, take me. I can't sell this. Everything's soaked through with Kikian blood. What did you do? Carve one open and leave him to bleed all over my wares? I'm ruined. Utterly ruined. Ma'am, I demand recompense for your reckless destruction of my property. I'm a reasonable man, so I'll acknowledge that you are not wholly responsible. 50% of the value should suffice. 50%? 50%? I slaughtered a gang of Kikian bandits for your precious goods, and this is the thanks I receive? You spineless sack of shite. I kill your enemies. I fetch your things. I do what you people can't or won't do yourselves. You're helpless, weak. All you do is want and need. I should have left you all to drown in Leviathan's tidal wave. At least then, I wouldn't have been spared your constant bloody whining. Do not speak to me of this ever again. And that's when you realize, he wasn't the one who saved them from Leviathan, was he?
Pray forgive me my insolence, ma'am. Ma'am, you have every right to be upset, but I think you understand, ma'am.
I will say, though, that merchant had it coming. Can you get my stuff? Yes, my stuff is ruined. How do you know that it's because of me? It's not my fault the Kikian were fighting next to the crate. I can only imagine how that actually sounded in the merchant's POV.
50%? 50%? I slaughter a gang of Kakean bandits for your precious goods, and this is the thanks I receive? You spineless sack of shite! I kill your enemies, I fetch your things, I do what you people can't or won't do yourselves. You're helpless, weak, all you do is want and need. I should have left you all to drown in Leviathan's tidal wave. At least then I would have been spared your constant bloody whining. Do not speak to me of this ever again.
Grrr! Runs away in a huff. We can't keep doing this, Caetsu. You must see how what it's doing to us. What they're doing to us. These people. He deserved it, every word. Ha! Right you are, Caetsu. Right you are. Felt good, didn't it? Seeing that sniveling wretch tremble. I think he clearly pissed himself. You're finally starting to see them for what they are now, aren't you? Good. Good. All that remains is to hearken to the voice, to grasp its words and discover your true calling. Pray the Etherite again. Good night, Cat Damon. Thank you for tuning in. With every breath, you grow lighter and slip further into the abyss. A chorus of voices cries out for our hero, and she comes. She smiles, she nods, and she remains silent. But she too has a voice. I will be heard. Caetsu Chaiji. Yes? You stand at the precipice, but do not fear the fall. Cast yourself into the abyss, and you shall soar above, free at last. There are other lands than these, Caetsu. Lands where we are not known. Ask, and we shall quit this place forever. Honey? Only when you have renounced everything are you free to do anything. When we meet again, you will give us your answer. Excellent. Right. So, more Zemail Darkhold. We have 3 takers that want to join. I actually do need repair, yes. Can I repair with you? Do you have repairs? Hmm. Thank you. Perfect. Now we have tank and healer squad. Do we have 2 that want to DPS in the group? Perfect. Bruh, my portrait again. My portrait! It is quite weird that the ready check only updates when you check the party list like this. I never noticed that before, but apparently there's a jerkfish in this section as well. Weird. This pull is always extra scary because there's so many mobs all around the room that you need to pick up. And there's another jerkfish apparently. It's just you don't notice them because you have the crystals light, so you're safe. Well, that's certainly not the worst time to be in Praetorium then, Traverse. Yeah, I think at best we're going to reach level 50 and maybe do the quest. Depends on how quickly we get to level 50, of course, I guess. But I don't think we'll have time to do any of the roulettes. Pray for Frey. Can we make it? The big damage! Yes, we can! Who needs multiple crystals when you can just damage real hard? Hit it very hard! Glasses. I rolled a 1! And here comes the actually really scary pull. Would Smol Kai eat these crystals? She would try. She would make a valiant attempt at eating them. That's a pretty good callback in a way, Gazel. Dark Knight below level 70. I can't allow my MP to bar to be higher than 3000. And then you get above level 70, and then you're like, what? I need to have MP. These crystals are too spicy. Mom! Mimia in game said, was it okay? There was a point where I was wondering why you were casting Holy twice when I was actively running away because it was dying. But other than that, it was fine. No one died. The sign that I'm scared is I'm running away, because that does mean I take less damage, but it doesn't mean I do less damage. So if you have me as a tank and you see me run, like if you see me start retreating, that's because I think I'm going to die. It's the Kai equivalent of the Paladin just suddenly using clemency on themselves. Would Smol Kai eat Heidelin? Have you? What color is this? What crystal color is that? Just keep trying, kiddo. Just trying her best. Incredible timing of me double tapping. It didn't actually taunt one and unmend the other. But I do think that the adventure of Smol Kai started with her dreaming with seeing Heidelin and being like, I can almost reach. Almost. Just a little taste. The question is whether she actually reached. And maybe that's the real reason why when you're in that initial cutscene at the start, Heidelin like brings you there, but you're like really far away. Like she's like, I've experienced this before. It's just weird. Just keeping you at arm's length, just in case. The joke is that the reason why Smol Kai started helping the Scions was because they paid her in candy. That was how her journey began. And somehow things just kind of escalated from there. I have a feeling that we'll have to do Mail Darkhold an additional time. Almost. Well, almost is maybe a stretch, but... More upgrades! I think? Yeah, I think they're upgrades. I'm pretty sure. And that's an upgrade. Big helmet upgrade. And look, it has ears. It has Lalafell ear slots. If only it had Viera ear slots, am I right? Could you imagine? Imagine if it didn't. If it didn't have ear spots for Lalafells and your ears just disappeared. See, that reminds me of when they added some hairstyles to Hrothgar from races that didn't have ears, where Hrothgar would just lose their ears when they used those hairstyles for a while, and they fixed it later. Just had to double check. Because if I could do Aurum, I'd rather do Aurum Vale an extra time. It looked really weird because, you know, Hrothgar's... It's the same as if you see an aura where their scaly phones just disappear. It just looks really weird if that happened. But it also has the effect that if you're trying to put on a hood, then either the hood has taken into account that your scaly phones are there, or it clips through, which happens with the one with the hood from the Island Sanctuary, or you lose your scaly phones, which is really weird. What? It's like headphones, but they're scales. It makes sense. Have you not seen the Jamkai emote? It's her headphones. Thank you, Tristan. Yeah, you can see there's like a band like this that that connects them, but then there's not actually any headphones because she's already wearing some. Exactly. Aura don't have ears. Instead, they have scaly phones. Ham gets it. Ow. But it will always look weird if the hat does not take into account that you have ears. Because it just makes your head look weird. You don't see most earrings. I think it's even weirder when you do see them because they're attached to those horns. I can't hear you. I forgot to charge my scaly phones. You're just in the middle of a conversation with a small dragon, and then they're just like adjusting them, just turning down the volume like, oh man, I don't care about what he's saying. I really don't care. Oh, whoops. I just wanted to pick up the ads. Noise cancelling scaly phones. Yeah, exactly. Just that's actually that's how it works. Is the small dragons just hear the music in the game,
It makes sense. That felt even faster than last time. Or was that just me? Yeah, I'm specifically on that pull every time I've actively been trying to like be the only one that needs to cleave the abs, because I mean Dark Knight loses nearly no damage on cleaving at this level. So if that can motivate everyone else to just single target the boss, then you can maybe avoid having to jump between crystals and all that. It really it saves you some time. And you're not really risking anything by doing it. Oh, there's something alive. Sorry. See, that went a lot better, by the way. That went really well. Oh, I don't have very many cooldowns, so I sure hope that Ymia has me covered. Ham says my oral scaly phones luckily have changeable batteries, so she does not need to attach an external crystal regularly. I think I'm leveling up here. But I don't think I'll reach level 48. It would at least surprise me if I did. Changeable batteries. That's really good. No, I don't think I'll level up again here. Because we didn't level up from halfway previously. Didn't actually mean to use both of those things, but maybe it's not bad. With how we're pulling like one big pack, and then there's like the stragglers left, I guess. Ow. So the weird thing with these timer things is that, as far as I understand, they tick faster the more people are in them, and I base that assumption on the fact that if you have everyone stand in them, then usually the crystal only explodes once. Almost twice before the timer's done. usually. Like so. But if you have less people in it, then it usually pops multiple times. And then there's also the part that the timer resets completely if everyone steps out of it. So that's fun. So you like, it's designed so you have to eat a hit. It could just really do with like a timer or something so that you can see, oh, it's working. Instead of just having to assume that you know how it works. And once we've done this boss, it's finally time for Aurum Vale. Without living dead. Isn't that right, Kyoko? As it says, back in 1.0, I believe they only started working when everyone was on it. Do you mean 2.0, or did you actually mean 1.0? Uh-oh. Hard mode engaged. You have to use any self-healing that you have, Nef and Game End. Because we don't have a healer. Oh. Don't worry about it, Amy. It happens. Then BSR got killed by the exact same sucker punch. Just blap. The res mage. Unfortunately, red mage doesn't get that until like level 64, I think. Oh, stun doesn't work. I was desperate. I was really hoping that that would work. Still did it. I was pretty confident that it could be done because, well, I had everything I needed if I wanted to attempt to solo it. I just don't have the... I would just have rather been a warrior if that's what we're doing. But because we had some extra damage, it was good enough. Right. Next up is Aurum Vale. Is the group we have now still good with that? Gazelle says, actual 1.0, at least from what I can see from the footage. If it is 1.0, then it is like the footage with like a single hotbar and like the weird circular things and stuff. I'm like, as you say, at least from what I can see from the footage, it's a case of you can't possibly mistake it.
Just checking. I have not forgotten to add anything. I don't know why it wants me to use that. It's not an upgrade, game. It has 1 more vitality. Big brain time. You do the first room. I pull on the left edge into the boss room, as you may have seen before. So I do recommend for you, Ymir, if you put region on me as we run, and try and stay close. Make sure to sprint before we enter combat, and be aware that I will turn the corner, so you have to turn the corner, or you will lose line of sight of me, and I will probably die if you're not healing me if I'm losing a lot of health. I don't know how much health I'll lose exactly, but I don't know if you'll get to use holy. Oh, that's the bad configuration. Very nice. Yes, Gazel says, generally good tip, and I think I include that in my healer tips video, I'm pretty sure, is when you see the tank use sprint, that is a pretty good time to use sprint. Unless the tank doesn't sprint before entering combat, in which case you want to sprint before entering combat.
How about some more gold dust? Ah.
Thank you, Gazel. I had completely forgotten that was an option. We've acquired Shirk. Also, for anyone that was looking at that and going, why was he not eating a fruit when he was at 3 stacks? I saw the boss was nearly dead and was like, probably fine. Probably, I'll probably survive that. Then I almost actually died. And it's similar to the crystal thing in Smol Darkhold, where it's like, if you get it just right, then you don't, like, at least the tank doesn't, and if your healer's kind of strong and very confident, then you might be able to make it without anyone having to eat a fruit before the fight is over. But to add to this, you probably need the healer to be a scholar or sage, because their toolkit is just way too overpowered in this level range. You have Ryuholi and Lustrate in Aurum Vale. It's completely insane. So you can just, every time someone gets hit by something, you can just, nope, you're fine. Like, that honestly would probably be more fair if they got that at level 50. Goldfinger theme starts playing in the background. Wait, why? Because of Goldsmith? Or Locksmith? Locksmith with the golden weird debuff, I guess. And the gold dust. Oh, that's why, because of the gold dust. Sorry. I don't even remember my own quips. Wow! Ow! I think some of these mobs have a tank buster. Now, you might be wondering what leads me to that conclusion, but ow! Castle beams. Well, the thing is, Gazel, is that at level 45, what is it that... what does White Mage and Astrologian get at level 45? Because Scholar and Sage gets Lustrate and Ryuhori at level 45. And then at level 46, they get Out of War. And Disgracia, of course. Meanwhile, I think, isn't White Mage, isn't it 45 you get Holy? So it's just, wouldn't it have made more sense if Scholar and Sage got Out of War, level 45? And then at level 50, you could give them Etherflow and all that. At the same level that White Mage gets Benediction. I think it would just be a little bit more balanced. I mean, like, the alternative is just give White Mage something at level 4, like something more at level 45. It also works. Seru says, I was on a duty, so couldn't say this at the time. In Smol Darkhold, I was able to complete the timers without taking damage. The window for not resetting is really tight. Oh yeah, I could imagine. If you can move just so that the game doesn't actually realize that you've stepped off, then it doesn't reset it. Because of positioning is a little weird with server and stuff like that. And that's also why sometimes you can run past a mob in the open world, but if you actually stopped for just a moment in front of it and then continued running, it would see you. Because, like, when it updates your coordinates. Yeah, as you say, it could be latency or something. Well, the thing is, Gazel, that White Mage and Astrologian will have to invest a GCD to get their region, whereas Sage and Scholar just gets their regions for free, so they could spam heals and shields on top of getting the hot. So I don't think that Scholar and Sage would be at a disadvantage if they don't get their Aether Flows and stuff at level 45. If they get it at level 50, I'm pretty sure it would be just the same. Scholar and Sage are already super strong before that, in my opinion. Like, they don't need that also. But the reason why it is not a major issue is because it's like... it's a 5 level range, right? It's... uh-oh. I don't think I made that. Nope. Uh-oh. Ow. Ow. Thank you. Debuff collection. You gotta catch them all! Debuffs! Ow. $49. Shake sticking my head in my hammerhead shark. What? That's weird. What's in here? Oh. It's in my inventory now, apparently. Well, she looks like a soldier now. That could also be, Gazel, that what really needs to happen is that the white mage needs some help. Especially. Right, one more Aurum Vale, and then I'm pretty sure we reach level 50. Now we're also max level for the dungeon, so that's pretty good. For me, the thing that I don't like about Holy is that, I don't know, can you actually repair for people while in the middle of a dungeon? The thing I don't like about Holy is everything that a tank would dislike about Holy. It makes it really awkward because you can't use your stuns and stuff. Is anyone able to repair for Ymir? Or is it not that important? You can try and ask Nev, Ymir. Thank you, BSR. Unholy could be a Dark Knight move. It could! What would it do? Maybe it should be an AoE attack that stuns the enemy. Or what? That, weirdly, that sounds incredibly busted on a tank, I feel like. Especially if you have other AoE options, right? I'll just grab one now, not risk it. I just had a go where I almost died greeting this. Not that dumb. Oh boy. You mean I think you don't want to be on this side of the boss. You don't want to run through it either. Those frontal cleaves hurt. Isn't Death Knight in WoW able to pick Mass Death Grip as like a talent now? Yeah, I suppose you would miss it in Final Fantasy XIV. You kinda have it with Dark Knight in PvP with Salted Earth. It's just not that big. Yeah, Holy feels very awkward to use. Because of its really long cast time, and the stun feels more like... If Holy had a shorter cast time, then it wouldn't need the stun. That's what I'm getting at. Uh-oh. I got a little scary there.
Wait, doesn't White Mage also get Cure 3 at like level 45? Or is that at level 40? That's level 40, okay. What I specifically remembered was that it was below 50 and not like super early. The reason why I was thinking of that is because I just remembered, so a while back I made a video on the subject of button bloat. And I saw multiple people suggest that Medica should just naturally upgrade into Medica 2 and then into Cure 3, and then Cure 3 should just be better or something like that. And the funny thing I thought about when I saw that was, but you learn Cure 3 first. Like, you learned that before Medica 2. What? Something like that. I just remember I was sitting there like, why? Like, because the thing is that Medica 1, Cure 3, and Cure 2 actually makes sense to use for different things. Medica 1 into Cure 3 would make sense. Then you just have to make sure that that Cure 3 has this, like, is functionally similar to Medica 1. So at least they would need to have the same area. But then you could make Cure 3 something you would use on someone else if you wanted to. Like as the center, which is what Cure 3 uniquely can. You can choose who's the center of the cast, where you can't do that with Medica 1. But then Cure 3 pays for that by having a much smaller area. Upgrading Cure 1 into Cure 2 is also something that I've suggested. I think I actually suggested that in the video. I was like, makes no sense. Just rework free Cure and enhanced Benefic into something that is actually useful. I don't know. So like that, I absolutely agree with. The reason why I get a little bit, with Medica 1, Medica 2, and Cure 3 is because they each actually have 3 different functionalities. So that means that if you had to have one upgrade into another, they would have to have the combined functionality of whatever you upgrade to, because they are not like a package deal. There are not many, but there are situations where you would rather use Medica 1 over Medica 2. Not many. It's like if you just used Medica 2 and you need to cast another AoE healing spell, it's usually better to cast Medica 1. But then again, it would be even better if you could land Cure 3 on everyone. So usually it's not like that. Oh yeah, also that, guys, that is actually a really good point. Was it earlier in this stream we talked about? Circle back to where we were talking about having free cure as a proc chance on region, like how Thundercloud procs work. So that we also can have Cure 1 upgrade into Cure 2. Yeah. I like that idea still. Why did I use Flood there?
Yeah, Dr. Ryan says, so there are a lot of situations where you would want to cast Medica instead of Cure 3 though. Yes. Cure 3 has an area of effect of 10 yalms. Medica has an area of effect of 20 yalms. So if you're standing in the middle of the room and you cast Medica 1, there's a reasonable chance that there's a better chance that the Bard over in Narnia gets hit by it, whereas Cure 3 is absolutely not hitting. Like, no chance that that actually connects. That's the reason, the general reason why you want to cast Medica 1 over Cure 3 is that because of Cure 3's much smaller radius, it feels a lot less consistent. Like, it doesn't hit as reliably. It sounds like a Bard problem. I mean, sure. In a way, yeah, that's technically their problem when you really think about it. But that is the quintessential example is that someone is weirdly far away. But the actual reality is that the problem arrives because you are not as certain that you can hit everyone with 10 yalms of radius as you are to hit everyone with 20. At least not without planning. Like, the key thing is that people usually, I'm just inviting everyone in the area, usually are not staying in the blob when you need to heal everyone. Whereas, like, unless you have it coordinated, like if you have a planned situation where it's like, okay, after this raid wide, we need to heal up, so everyone stack up close, hug it tight, and then Cure 3 is coming. Then, yeah, Cure 3 is great. In fact, I believe in a specific level range, I can't remember if it's before level 85, but I do believe there's a level range where Cure 3 with Plenary Indulgence is better than Cure 2. Because Cure 3 benefits from Plenary Indulgence, right? And that's as in, it's better for one target. So, like, there are situations where you would want to cast Cure 3 in general. There's a lot of things, but people want to use the bigger area if they don't know for sure if people are staying. I knew you would come to your senses, Caetsu. Now, let us go. Are you well, Frey? If I never see snow again, it'll be too soon. We should go somewhere warm, at least for a little while. Wait for me near the Gates of Judgment. When you are alone, call out and I shall join you. A moment later, Frey departs, though in what direction you cannot seem to recall. The chat mode did say, oh. That is pretty interesting. As it says, the change on Bard's songs, making them 50 yalms, led to more Bards standing away. Did that really? I didn't even notice. I didn't notice a difference. Emia says, what about lilies? No, the thing is, the lilies are a completely different story. But Rapture is actually a free and instant Medica 1, and Solace is a free and instant Cure 2. Also true at max level. Do I have to stand somewhere specific? Oh, there. Wait, I know that voice. It's Caetsu Chaiji, the hero of the Scions, someone said. Wolf stand music. Allow me to say what an honor it is to meet you, ma'am. I mean, by the Fury, the woman who bested Shiva every night under Lord Doilemon's command knows a tale. I could go on, but, well, I'll just say it, if I may, ma'am. We need your help. We have a giant problem, ma'am. A band of them has taken to raiding caravans, passing through... Oh! He didn't mean we have a giant problem, he meant we have a giant problem.
A band of them has taken to raiding caravans passing through Denefin Pass. We think they may be planning to expand their territory. Lord Thrillemont wants them gone, but you know how it is. Too much work for too few hands. We need at least 24 knights to clear them out safely. But now that you're here, ma'am, we have nothing to fear. Aye, while we create a distraction, you can slip past and put their leader down. Without him, they're sure to cut and run. So, will you help us, ma'am? We beg of you. We beg of you! Thank you so much, ma'am. We won't forget this. Pray accompany me to the pass, ma'am. We can discuss the finer details of our plan there. No. No more. Enough. You mad, bro? The weird thing with that, Gazel, is that a lot of people gravitate towards a ranged job like Bard because they think it's safer to be far away from mobs, when it isn't really. Like, if a mob wanted to attack you far away, it could. Like, often bosses will just, like, do a circle AoE on you in particular, if that's what they want. So it doesn't matter. But people, like, a lot of players don't realize that, so they just like to be really far away. It's the same problem that happens in Monster Hunter, actually, speaking of Angel fighting Radovan. That people gravitate towards bow or a bow gun because then they can be really far away, and that might work, but then they reach Anjanath, and Anjanath has really strong legs. Let's just say that. Anjanath can close the gap to you like that, and Anjanath will come to you if he so pleases. It's basically like that. And sometimes people just never grow out of that fear of getting in range. And Jeanette also has a fire breath, that is true. The leader should be somewhere in the tunnels, ma'am. Once you're in position, we'll launch our attack. If all goes to plan, you should only have to contend with the leader and his guards. May the Fury guide and protect us. And exactly, Gameit. You also have less, like, you take more physical damage as a gunner, so you might be even more incentivized to stay away, even though it doesn't help. Like, you just have to be in the range where it's most effective for you. Blap. I got one of my living shadows to kill them, mister. Yeah, the thing is that in Monster Hunter, you don't want to be 30 miles away because you're ranged. You actually still want to be rather close most of the time. Especially if you have melee players, since otherwise they're just chasing you. By the Fury, you really did it, and you made it look so easy. As for us, there were some injuries, but nothing serious. It was starting to look rather grim, actually, but the moment he fell, they sounded the retreat. It was an honor to fight with you, ma'am. You really are everything the bards say. Truth be told, I've been following your deeds for some time now, ever since you first came to Whitebrim Front. Martial prowess is widely known, of course, but what I found truly inspirational was your compassion for the common man. How you would risk your life without thought for fame or fortune, how the lowest among us could find a friend in you. Sir, someone said from off-screen. Something wrong? It's Lord Thrillemont, sir. He heard we were in the field with Caetsu, and is demanding she come to Whitebrim Front at once. Demanding? What is the meaning of this? Certain allegations have been made, sir. It would seem that she was observed conversing with a corpse in the broom. Not that anyone would ever believe such slander, of course. I should warn you, ma'am, that some of these allegations were made by Temple Knights. You may be asked to surrender your weapon. Oh yeah? But I can't not wear a weapon. I'm the warrior of light. That's not how that works. Surrender your weapon. After what happened in Uldar, they must be mad. Pay attention, Caetsu. This could be the greatest moment of our life. That is, if you could stop denying the truth that's been staring you in the face since the moment we met. Say my name. Say it. My real name. Our real name. Come now. You knew Frey was dead from the beginning, but you didn't care. You had a sword and a soul crystal, but what you wanted was a mentor. A mentor with the gifts and the knowledge. A dark knight who could guide you on the path, who you could aspire to become. A woman who was free to say and do the things you would not. Even now, you continue to deny it. Well, deny me all you want. You cannot deny what we have done. Have I not been good to you? Have I not given you everything I promised? Did I not help you to hear the whispers of our very soul? Open your eyes. Look. Do you see it now? Do you see? It's 2 tickets to that thing you love. I mean...
Everything up to now has been your story. And everything after now will be mine.
Why does she get to have the cooler weapon?
You can't really kill me, you know. Oh, you'll try, but you'll fail. You may as well put the blade at your own neck. But where would that leave us, hmm?
I don't know. I have a healer and you don't. Pull yourself together, Caetsu. You're stronger than this. Who are they attacking?
Friends, really? This is a private affair and you know it. But carry on pretending otherwise if it pleases.
This makes no sense. Interrupted! Aha! Why did you jump over there? What are you doing? Why are you casting spells now? Oh, it's a field. I didn't realize that.
Ha! Things are certainly coming to a head, aren't they? Do you have any idea how ridiculous you look? Flailing about like a wild beast in a battle against yourself? A house divided cannot stand, Caetsu.
Oh yeah, I just realized. If they can't actually see me, because that you're not attacking me. Wait, he is actually attacking me. Who are they attacking? What's happening? Oh, he has she has the old dark side.
Aha! Blap!
Private affairs proceeds to spawn ads. I know, right? Oh yeah, true. They should be able to see. I think. I'm not entirely sure, honestly.
It would seem I underestimated myself, but no matter. They have borne witness to the darkness within us. So what lies beneath the mask?
Caetsu! Caetsu! Listen to us! Someone said. We will never forsake you, no matter what. We know who you are, Caetsu. We know, and so do you. It's anime time! Oh, true, it is Esteem that has manifested like the living shadow. That does make sense.
A fantastic display of willful ignorance. Wipe the slate clean, forgive and forget. Convince yourselves that she can be controlled. The warrior of light, our weapon of light. It isn't too late, Caetsu. We can still be free.
Bum, 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 bum. Gosh, that's really far. Bum, 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 bum. And here we are. You're missing your glasses.
Caetsu?
Oh, this is your answer.
Listen to my voice. Listen to our heartbeat. Listen. If this is how it must be, then so be it. But know that when you tire of this charade, I shall be here, waiting to take the reins. You need only ask.
It says flashbang. Oh yeah, manatee restored. Phew. Can my dark side take the reins? I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Can the dark side take over for a little bit? Time to give yourself a hug. That sounds about right. Praise Aloni, you're all right, ma'am. For a moment, we feared we'd lost you forever. Lord Trunamont made it clear that we'll speak no more of what happened. Not that he had to ask, mind. As for your friend, I'm told he will be interred with full rites. May his soul rest in peace. Are you certain you're all right, ma'am? You seem a little... Never mind. Fare you well. You subdue your dark side for now and learn Living Dead. This makes perfect sense, yes. I'll equip this shortly. I just want to do it in a place where I'm rested. Is it this one? Right. Wait, that's the quest that start. Like, that's the next part, right? Well, I'll take the quest. But I think this is the place where we stop, because we did the level 50 part.
You see, ma'am, that my comrades have misjudged you. I realize this now, having witnessed the lengths to which Lord Drillimon will go for your sake. There can be no doubt that you are a true French Guard, which is fortunate, as we have urgent need of one with your skills. Pray accompany me to the Behemoth's dominion at once.
And... Wait, why is Simia not in the group? Time to adopt a child together with a dragon. Are you suggesting that... My main is actually like just a small and tall dragon couple? Yeah, that's actually a good place. Whoops. I meant to equip that. Oh, right, we have that! Nice! Upgrades! We'll probably also start next time with buying some gear here and there. But right now we have this, just in case I forget. So we're not completely screwed if I forget. How about over here? Oh yeah, also the staircase is actually a really good idea. That solves the problem of many different heights. Also, well, kind of. Or maybe not, because then you'd need like... I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Xanadus. And my main, it's a tall dragon and a small dragon. I'm guessing Game End doesn't have Dark Knight. It's fine. We have blades. Maybe your main is just two small guys in a trench coat. Do you not also want to stand menacingly over there? The way you do it is you sit down, and then you stand up again, and then you unsheath. Then it resets what emote you did. Sure. Oh yeah, you're true. My main wouldn't be wearing a trench coat then. Well, I don't know. She's wearing like a long coat just made of metal. Whoops. Don't joink my camera. I'm using it. We're all floating. Don't worry about it. No one will notice. There we go. Nice. Very menacing, everyone. There's actually some items that apparently spirit bonded. Can see. Oh yeah, the weapons. That actually makes pretty good sense. And those gloves that I had for a good nearly full 6 levels. That also makes sense. Right. I think we then go to the inn. And then we round up the stream. The thing is, I hadn't originally planned to be like, all right, we have to do all of the A Realm Reborn part of the Dark Knight story. But when we were like one quest away, and we were that close, then, you know. Archibald and Xanadus, are you two a single person, 2 people in a trench coat? Are you 2 Lalafels in a trench coat? What's happening here? Rodrow have been found out. Oh yeah, we have a new bee stance we can use. You thought it was Cloud, but it's actually Smol Kai. The big smart trick I do there, Xanadus, is I almost always make sure that Smol Kai smiles for the camera. You can simply, I'm just saying in case there's anyone in the chat that does not know, you can match an expression with any emote if you just use the emote first and then the expression. So just to make sure that Smol Kai always looks happy. For the most part. I do think we do have thumbnails of Smol Kai being sad, but there's usually a good reason. Now, if you enjoyed the company of the wonderful people that you see in the chat right now, and me, remember that there is a Discord Caemmunity server that you can join, where you will find me and at least most of the people that you see in the chat. You'll also find the weekly schedule, which I update Sunday or Monday. Which means, of course, tomorrow, so you can see what's coming up on the following week. You can also find the announcement room, where I post a link to the next video, next stream, whatever it is. When it is there, it shows up there first. You can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role, and if you do, you'll get a notification whenever I do these things, whenever I post a video, plan a stream. You also get an additional little reminder 15 minutes or so before the stream starts, so you don't miss a second. You can, yeah. And it's still a little new, so I'm just going to repeat it again, that for those that would like to support the channel, but either can't or don't want to use YouTube memberships or YouTube super chats and the like, I have opened a Ko-Fi page, which you can use. as usual, you don't have to give me anything. It's entirely optional. I appreciate all the support. But it is just an alternative way if you would like to support the channel and me. You can do that. And if you did enjoy this particular stream, it will help me a lot if you leave a like on the stream in the YouTube system that tells YouTube that you enjoyed the stream and you'd like other people to see it as well. So that helps me a huge amount. So thank you so much in advance. I think that's everything. Jimmy says you can never visit my apartment on stream because the first song that plays is torn from the heavens. Interesting trap. I'll try to keep that in mind. I'll probably just turn off the music then when I enter. I'll just leave. You don't have to do that. If you don't want me to visit your house, you just don't invite me. I'm like a vampire. You have to invite me in. Right. So with that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And with that said, we only have to say good night to Smol Kai. So, good night. Good night.